Okay. Hello, hello. Welcome
Hello.
one, welcome all to Strawberry Showdown loses round 2. Today is going to be a bit of an interesting one. Another losers round means another day where we say goodbye to some of our fellow competitors, hoping to see some good shows, some fights for that losers run, that legendary losers run that is fabled only in myths and legends. You excited today?
Oh yeah.
I'm excited today, that's for sure. Got some pretty good matches lined up for you today. We can get a quick look at the bracket as it stands. For the matches today. And you will see that we're doing all of losers round 2 today. So it will be Jimmy Clyde versus Wonder, Quan versus Tom or Thom. I don't remember how to say their name. The Enin versus Raccoon Gal, which will be our first match of today. And Goof Goose versus Vapo. So a lot of the middle seeds from the open stage kind of coming in this lower part of the bracket, trying to fight to stay alive here. It's going to be a good brawl because a lot of these players have like PBs very close in range of one another, so I expect a lot of these matches to be really close and intense. And we're already going with our first match, Enin versus Raccoon Gal.
Yeah, and as you said, we have some very close PBs from a lot of our players today, so we can expect then that consistency will be key in those matches.
It'll mostly come down to like if one player has one significant meltdown, it could spell the end of the day or the end of their run.
Yeah.
Although we have seen some people play a lot riskier as a result of their position, so maybe these players have been practicing and are gonna pull up some real interesting stuff. I know y'all got a treat last week with Vivian doing Flag 3 demo in what is now her current PB, so hoping to see some more action like that today as we get into the first stage of the video game Celeste.
Yeah, as you speak of this, we have had a lot of PBs during this tournament already, and I bet this is not the end of the series. There is still a lot of players that can improve their time still.
Oh yeah, it's definitely one of those things where I definitely think like the tournament setting brings out the best in people. I think like the open stage format mimicking the CTT style has definitely helped people rev up this competition a lot more, and as a result we are getting some very good matches and a lot of high level gameplay coming at you.
Yeah.
So we collect the 1A blue heart, and then we'll take a very small lead. That was an RTM from Viv. Okay, so that's going to establish a little bit of a lead for Enin.
Oh, yeah.
Here. Not too big, but an early start is always a good sign if you are worried about your chances. It said it is nowhere near over. It is really never over. Like, we've seen it a couple times. These matches can get very close very quickly. Hoping to see some intense back and forth today.
Yeah, we have a 13-second lead, I believe, for NN currently. But
however, we also don't have any drop berries so far, so...
yeah.
Arguably, these players are already doing better than some of the upper seeds, if I had to say so.
We wonder into what kind of berry train we're gonna have, because there's a lot of variation in the strategies between players.
Have we had
some play very risky? Oh,
no, go ahead.
Oh, so as I was saying, we have players that play very risky with sometimes 4 or 5 or more berries behind them in the start of all sites, which is very risky because suddenly a single death can lose up to tens of seconds and get a significant lead for the other player.
Yeah, it is risky, but I do wonder if we've had a 1-up shown on stream yet. I do not believe we have, and I frankly don't expect it at this point, but it would be so awesome, in my opinion.
It would be great content. Okay, we see NN slowing down to pick up the berry.
Okay, NN has 4. Come on. It's not insurmountable. Ah, they collect. Unlucky. I mean, hey, 2A start 1-up, honestly, I think is like a reasonable 1-up to go for in our. It's like the only reasonable 1-up to go for in our.
I mean, it's definitely easier than core 1-up.
Hey, I mean, I have intentional collect strats for a 1-up, okay? And it works. You cannot diss it if it works, and it works.
Well, if it works, it just works.
Fun. You're getting into the near end of intervention here, and then still holding a bit of a lead. I think the gap has grown a couple more seconds.
15 seconds
making a little bit
approximately.
So we get into the last 2 berries of intervention.
About 15 seconds.
Yeah, 15 seconds looks right. 15, 16. Oh. We get 18, it looks like, on that exit from that room. Yeah, and then staying consistent here in the early game. Raccoon Gal,
kind
of making a couple of fumbles here, but should be able to come back at some point in the later game. I do know that Vivian's early game is probably generally worse than their late game, so I definitely expect to see like a lot more clean movement as she gets fired up here.
Yes, and we've seen already in the tournament that old site, City and old site is only the beginning of the run, and there's plenty more time to come back into the run. especially with some very tough later chapters.
The setup,
Yeah,
corner
like
jump, you
Raccoon
hate to
taking
see it.
yeah.
Yeah, because of that, that gap is gonna widen up to like 30 seconds or so. So it's gonna be a little hard nowadays. Oh, that's a super from Enon. Holy. Okay, I did not know that was a backup for that key. That's creative, honestly. I like that. Just do the reverse super on the ground there in order to get up to the key if you miss the transition. That's nice.
Yeah.
And then we'll also hit
Having
the
backups
demo
is
for strike.
never a bad thing. Yeah.
Yeah, backups, especially in this category, are very
Yeah.
handy. Like, it's one thing to have a strat, especially like a collect strat, or to like collect the berry. But if like that doesn't work, then you gotta think on the fly and not die. So I think this category more than most of them.
Yeah, because
reward.
it's a long category. There's a lot more room for mistakes, and having backups is just something that is gonna gain a lot of time, because over such a long run, it's hard not to make mistakes.
Also missed a little bit there, but Enon doing a bit of a different strat for that B-hop and just pausing the one frame B-hop, which is something that some players opt to do. And also will pause Yasig and will land it. Very nicely done. And then clean with the pause buffers today, it seems like. I did not catch if Viv just did unpause B-hop. I missed it like right as it happened. That said, both players do seem to be going for, again, some of those more furious strats, like those more aggressive-ish kinds of plays, trying to like get that edge on their opponents.
Yeah, I think at this point of the tournament, it's hard not to have at least some kind of crazy strat, because consistency is a thing, but there's a point where where you just gotta get those time saves.
You just gotta risk it. Play it to win. Go all in. Keep gambling, as some players say. Note, we here at Celeste Community Incorporated do not condone the use of gambling. Please play responsibly. It's my opinion on omelets. I like eggs. Smile. I actually haven't had an omelet before, not gonna lie. Like, okay, actually that's a lie. I've had like one. But I don't like have, or I haven't like gone to a place that like has a whole lot of omelets, or like just haven't ever ordered an omelet, never made one. When I eat eggs, I don't usually eat all that much. Denny's, yeah, I never got a Grand Slam or anything like that. Oh my.
To be honest, eggs can be cooked so many different ways, like you don't need to really know all of them. In particular, omelets, like I'd say it's a good thing when you not too inspired to cook something fancy.
Oh yeah, and I definitely do want them at some point. It's just I just tend to eat the same thing over and over just because it works. And then here, getting into Shaft, looking still relatively clean. It is carrying this berry into the start of Shaft, but does not drop it, thankfully. And I didn't catch the Shaft enter itself, so cannot gauge how far behind Vivian is at this point, but does look to be mounting towards the minute time range.
Yeah.
As a result of that, which has been very unfortunate. It's just been kind of fumbling it. I don't know how much warm-up she did, or if she did any, but early game she's kind of been pretty mean to our local raccoon gal. So Denon will continue to capitalize, and is having a very solid early game.
Yeah, a very clean run so far.
You could B-hop that for that berry. You know, it makes sense. I didn't think about that. I wonder how much harder that is than the reverse super. Might pick it up.
And then coming up to the last archery room. A very frightening room because it's very long and it can be very easy to get some long deaths.
Yes, all 4X out of Resort is pretty good. Enon has a 40. Enon got a 47 recently, like within the duration of this tournament. So too early to call if this is like PB pace for them, but they are definitely on a strong pace and a strong lead right now.
Yes, about I think a minute and 15 seconds it was entering presidential suite.
We'll see when Vivian gets out of suite here, because it's been clean. Do not make that a comms curse, Vivian, please. I beg. Oh my! Okay. It begins. It starts early today. It is over. Get me off the stage.
People should stop thinking comms curse is not a thing when it is, of course, a real thing.
12:48 versus 14:17. Yeah, that's a minute and a half or so. Just mounted in the early game. That's not ideal for Raccoon Gal.
Yes. But we have seen some players have a very hard meltdown before, so... Game is still playing. Oh.
Have we seen a 1 minute comeback yet? Surely when Tio dropped the berry he did the other day, that was something of a 1 minute comeback, right? Although Quan also dropped the berry, so who's to say? I don't remember if it was drop or straight up missed, but either way, it was a berry forgotten. So...
Yes. And NN coming up to 4 for a blue heart with a clean fast strat.
First try fast heart is very good. You're 40 seconds behind out of city, and this man's still 47 in that race. That's crazy. Wild, even. This is why Tio is my goat. Why are the Crystal Hearts mandatory for this tourney? They are mandatory. You need 4 of them because of the Heart Gate at the start of Core. Core has 5 strawberries, and the category definition is collect all 175 strawberries. The game post or the credits scene is put at the end of Summit, which up to that point has 170. So to get to Core, you need 4 Crystal Hearts in order to get the last 5 berries and beat the chapter in order to complete the run, as per category definitions.
With a very safe post buffer for second blockless, but gets it.
Nice second blockless. But yeah, so with these Crystal Hearts here, people will usually get the first chapter in 1A, and then 3A and 4A, and then at higher levels, people will choose to do 6B, because it does not have any berries in it, and you will see that later. But there are also a handful of players in this tournament who have opted to play 6A and will instead collect a 2A heart in order to get that 4th heart.
Yes. And 6B is a very high level choice because it's a very hard chapter, especially when speedrunning. But it already saves something like, I believe, 15 seconds in any percent. And then in All Red Berries, it's even more because it saves time not connecting another heart.
Yeah, just because it just gives you a Crystal Heart at the end of the chapter. So it's just very efficient.
Yeah, this is why 6B is much more common in All Red Berries than in any percent.
Zenon will finish out Ridge here, and then into the big boy chapter, one of them.
Yeah, a very, very big chapter in All Red Berries.
Mirror Temple. One of the chapters to watch of all time. Honestly, when Mirror Temple goes clean, it's very nice to watch. Probably my favorite chapter in ARB. Actually, definitely my favorite chapter in ARB. I like Core, but Mirror Temple ARB is so much fun.
And we are going to see Enan do the somewhat recent strat for 5A start, which is to collect the top berries, then go unlock the depth chapter, and immediately come back to collect the bottom berries, and then return to map.
Yeah, it's a relatively new development for All Red Berries. Kind of peaked really at the start of the prospect of the summer. It's been a couple months now, but some players have picked up the route. It does save a marginal amount of time for some higher level players. There's also the point of the run where things start to get kind of really unhinged if the players choose so. Like, these chapters can be very difficult because of strat choice. So
Yes.
we'll kind of see where players go as far as that.
Yes, it's a lot more easy. It's a lot easier to get caught in some unfortunate sequence of events than in the earlier chapters.
And then exit out of Ridge was like a what, 18 something?
Yeah, I believe so.
So yeah. Mounting roughly a 2-minute lead now. If like they don't have any major meltdowns, this like could be all they need, but let's not forget 6B and Summit still exists, so
Yes, and those chapters are very hard. To say the
very
least.
hard. Not only very hard just physically or like execution wise, but in a setting like this, you don't know where your opponent is, so you start playing bad and it just takes a terrible toll on your mental and you just start playing worse.
Yeah, it can be very stressful when you don't know how you are playing against your opponent.
To forget 6B exists. It's okay, 10 Felix. You will be able to forget soon. I promise.
Oh, Raccoon taking a very unfortunate death here with the berry. Lost something like 7 or 8 seconds.
I have faith in the Vive and Raccoon. Listen, something catastrophic will happen, and then it will be an even race into 1.5k. That is the belief.
That is the content we need.
Okay, yeah. Okay, I think the Viv's just having fun now. Going full unhinged with some of these 5A start strats. And dropping a berry. Ugh. Maybe not having fun. Maybe having fun is the wrong choice of description for that.
I mean, she's definitely going all in, though.
It's kind of rough in this situation because, like, if you, like, are doubting yourself and are like, yeah, the run's basically over at this point, then, you know, how do you proceed with mental?
Yeah. Mental
yeah,
is...
Viv, like, I know Viv is aware that she did not go back for that upper start berry, and will just continue the run anyway. You know, which is unfortunate to say the least. Not only is it a dropped berry, which loses a lot of time, but in the prospect of the race, it's like it's basically over right now. So
yes,
now Viv kind of gets to do her own thing.
Like a 2 minutes 30 to 3 minute lead for Ellen right now.
Oh, you know what? I got baited by Ennen's IL timer. I forgot they did RTM. I was like, what the heck is a 330 patience? It's a surge. I almost got hard baited by that, not gonna lie.
Yeah, that would be kind of fast.
It was almost over for me. Yeah, that said, Ennen Still very clean with it. That's a clean search demo there. Does Denon go for the delayed ultra? No, they don't. Okay. But yeah, Emin's killing it right now. Like,
Yeah.
big props to playing this well in a tournament setting. It is not easy.
Yeah, no big mistakes. Clean execution.
Oh, that is a corner boost. I have not seen that before. That's a nice one, actually. Yeah, and then with a lot of strats that, like, you know, mimic some of the standard strats, but, like, also have that, like, hint of homebrew to them. Just, like,
Yeah.
it's really awesome to see, like, even at this level, just, like, how creative some of the strats can get. In the mix of homebrew and improv, just overall a cool showcase of all of these players. Made with love. I mean, it's all made with love when you think about it.
But yeah, that's definitely something very interesting with Celeste's speedrunning. Is that there's so much freedom in the movement that basically everyone feels very personal.
They're taking a little bit of a break there. Whether it was for mental or just letting herself check the stream and see how far behind she is to, like, properly check out of the run. I think that break was kind of necessary, but I also wouldn't doubt that that is what that was for. So it's been a rough one, but listen. Viv will pull the most epic late game of all time, and then it will be winnable. Surely.
Really. Maybe she will get a core DTS.
Core DTS. Now that would be something. Yeah, I mentioned earlier, the necessity of the Crystal Hearts gives Reflection some diversity in routing because it has no berries. So, and it will be playing the B side. It will also be playing the B side, and it will go for plausibility and will nail it pretty nicely. I always have trouble with that ultra when doing that, so that's a good one from them. This is, like, still hot pace for them, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
Oh, we're gonna see some rebinds. Oh,
I don't think it's the
Awesome.
first time it has happened.
okay. Kind of banger, honestly. A rare sight, but some people to change their binds when they do the things for different levels. Yeah, I would assume Enon did it yesterday. I just didn't see it. And also, the commentary never mentioned it because bad. Who was on comms yesterday for Enon's match?
It was Coral Reef and Quan.
It was Coral and Quan. Okay. I mean, I don't want to distrust Coral Reef, but I was listening to that match on my radio while I was at work, and I heard nothing of a rebind. Okay, so it was mentioned very well. Guess I must have missed it then. Yeah, I'm taking over GOAT status. Yeah, clean 6B here from Ended so far. Viv on the tail end of Rescue. I think that's been a relatively clean rescue for them so far, you know, up until the eyeball room, because, of course, I waited until it messed up in order to say anything, just to be sure.
Eyeball room is a...
Is Enon on pace? That's a good question. I'm gonna do some math and find out. I mean, yeah. Being in chat here makes sense. I think mental is kind of shattered. You're just basically completely checked out of this run at this point.
Yeah. And misses the feather in 6A start.
Alright, I'm gonna go to their... Alright, their reflection exit is a 31-38 for their PB. So I don't think they're on pace, given the time. In fact, they're in the middle of rock bottom.
Yeah. This looks like maybe high 31, low 32 reflection exit.
Yeah, which is a bit of a shame because the run's been like very clean for Endon so far. Oh, they lost 20 seconds in core? Okay, well then being 20 seconds behind on your exit is no big deal then. Just don't lose 20 seconds in core, forehead. Ooh. Oh, and the right. Okay, I do remember right side being mentioned yesterday. I do remember that.
Yes. As a backup for an unfortunate reprieve multi-boost.
One of two people of this tournament that I know that do the right side in Reprieve 1. Only playing Summit IL now? Banger. I believe in the Summit IL supremacy. Yeah, Zenon gets to the Heart Room, 6B here. Will not get the cassette corner boost thing. And their exit is going to be a 32-14, so that is like roughly 32-ish or 34 seconds behind pace.
So with a 20-second time loss in their core PB, might be PB-able with a very clean summit and core.
Oh, let's see what their summit was. Oh, they had a flag 1 death. I just skipped their video to a flag 1 death. This is tragic and terrible. But they had an 11:53 summit in their PB, so...
Who hasn't got a flag 1 death?
Yeah, I can't think of anyone in the world who has died in flag 1 on a pace. Nope, not at all. Never.
Nope.
Yeah, nobody's ever done that, Janko. I don't know what you're on about. Tragic. Yeah, early summit here for NN looks to be, again, pretty clean.
Yeah, looks like a very strong summit start.
Overall, the run's been pretty strong for NN, despite being 40 seconds behind PB. Like, I guess they've made more mistakes than I've seen them do, but still having that kind of time is very good.
Yeah, I don't know what his PB looks like.
Okay. Hello.
Whoa, that's a backup.
Yeah, a little bit of a moment there in the orb room, but rest assured, you do make it. I wonder if they were going for a wall bounce there, actually.
That might have been.
Because, like, it was either a misdirect or they were going for a wall bounce, and I'm not completely sure why you would go for a wall bounce, so I think it was a misdirect. Well, Vivian on a kind of okay 6-speed pace, I think. It's not, like, terrific, but it's still, I think, passable for their time. That's at least one vote of confidence, I would hope.
Building confidence for the Summit IL.
Yes, precisely. Building confidence for the 1050.
And the first try reprieve multi-boost.
Yeah, honestly, give Viv some confidence carrying on like a champ when all seems bleak.
This is time for the anime comeback.
Takes a special kind of mental to be able to work through that. Oh, 1.5k here for NN.
For NN, yeah.
Go for Euro drop. No Terra. Unfortunate. Well, actually, I wonder if we're gonna... surely Vivian drip drops, right? Surely,
yeah. I mean, Summit IL.
Definitely, yep. Believe in it. And then we'll hit left arrow. Nice. Left arrow, Osu strat, rhythm game strat, all similar. All the names for the sequence of triple demo in 1.5k. Hi Storm, you excited that the ARB gamer just ARB gaminged? I think he was excited for a little bit.
I mean, who wouldn't be excited for some ARB gaming?
No way anyone calls that Osu strat. Isaac, I have bad news for you. I need you to speak to LOL Enigmatic. We need the cat as a commentator. Well, if I can get him to come back over here, then he can make a guest appearance. But they're both getting hungry. We have to slip and slide. Yeah, we have to slip and slide in the spaghetti sauce. I don't think either person did the spaghetti sauce earlier. I did not see it. Hi! You like strawberries? I like strawberries. But yeah, just they're just getting hungry, just getting a little noisy. I'm gonna feed them after this game in intermission. Because that is their feeding time. Have one good strat. Storm, watch the spaghetti sauce? I mean, listen. I did eat spaghetti before I came on commentary today, so I do have spaghetti sauce I can feed the cat. This is a personal PSA. Do not feed your cat spaghetti sauce. This is all jokes for legal reasons.
Cat or any animal for that matter.
I would never get canceled on Celeste community stream. Oh, it's banger whips. I love you.
Cat casually gets a top 5 all time.
Oh yeah, give him the spaghetti sauce. Let him slip and slide. It's free. Ah, that berry dropped from Viv.
Yeah.
Ooh, Rick Fernello raid. Hello, Rick community. What is up? Got a bunch of people tuning in for the Strawberry Showdown. Summer of Arb. Objective to complete the Arb speedrun. Collect all 175 red berries in Celeste video game. And we made a tournament out of it. Right now we are playing in the losers round 2, which means that these are elimination matches. Aw, good. No! What? What was that? Oh. You hate to see it. That is unfortunate. The pause for the Terra drop into the death into the RTM. And that is gonna be the GG call for Viv. Yeah, that's understandable.
All right. Yeah.
But good run through the tournament nonetheless. Viv, you did great.
Oh yeah. There have been some very great runs from her.
Give some love in chat for Viv Raccoon Gal. As I suppose we will end up watching and then finish their run. Yeah, and then still very doable. Remember that Tia mentioned earlier that NN did have a 20-second or so time loss in core. So into downdraft, this is kind of okay, kind of doable. We'll mention that their summit exit was a 43.32 in their PB with a 11.53 summit. So if this is close, then this is definitely like winnable.
This is gonna be close, but we might still be able to see a PB from it then.
If not a PB, then still a very good run, given that they just got 47 very recently. within the last week. So you definitely want to see them have that kind of pace for like future rounds. That is a very strong lower bracket run prospect if they can keep up this consistency.
A very strong tournament time. So you said the summit was 11:51?
11:53 in their PB.
11:53?
Looks on pace to be 12able still. Or not 12able, like still 11able.
Oh,
good
gets
first try
like
on
3
the...
ARP demo first try.
Yeah, this is like very much a doable... Oh! Okay, nice. And 11 3x. Oh yeah, this is like 3xing without any flag 1 mistakes. Unlucky.
And so that will be a 23-second gap behind PB, I think.
Yeah, 23 seconds behind PB, but again, those 20 seconds of time loss, more like if they play well, that's 3 seconds. It's real tight, but it's doable. And only 30 deaths up to this point. Oh my god. Bro, that's insane. Knowing how many like intentional deaths people take in this category, that many deaths is just so insane.
Oh, and we got 2 NN streams now.
NN versus NN. You love to see it.
Who will win the race? Oh, now it looks like NN is getting ahead.
The GSA on this is gonna be so big for the economy. This is gonna be big. I hope NN wins. Oh man. Yeah, honestly, banger. Shoutouts to the restreamer, 2kill for today, bringing this GSA Strawberry Showdown content at you. Oh my god, they're in the same room. That's crazy.
Skip.
Oh, nice fire skip, yeah. Will not get pranked by 172, surely. Okay. Not too pranked, but... They got the same strats. It's crazy.
Yeah, but for now, unfortunately for NN, it looks like NN is still ahead by something that looks like half a second.
Yeah, it'll be hard to get that lead over, but it is
maybe
doable.
NN can clutch up.
Yeah, jokes aside, this has been a clean core thus far.
Yes. PB is 47.56. This definitely looks PB-able.
Yeah, this goes like entire the mountain or horizontal, like relatively clean. This is very much doable. On landing, they are 15 seconds behind their PB. It's always hard to PB. This is, like, doable, kind of, I think. I mean, I didn't see where the 20 seconds lost in core were, if they were lost. Because this looks like a good core. But, like, yeah, must have just come from the other chapters. Ooh, and going for some cassette strats. Okay, wait. Hold on.
No, this is not gonna PB, I think. It's something like 12-ish seconds for the heart room. But it could barely be a 47.
Ah, okay, miss heart room. Unlucky.
Oh, I know.
And we'll miss the 47 because of that's unfortunate.
Still a very
But
clean
still,
run.
yeah, very, very clean, very GG. Banger run from the NN. And then Sen, even.
Oh, and frame tie? Oh my god!
Oh my god, a frame tie, that's crazy. Wow. You know what that means? We gotta do a prologue race now in order to tie for it. Yeah, fun stuff. That will mean, and then we'll move on to losers round 3 to play against the loser of the next winners round, or one of the losers of the next winners round. And yeah, next match will be Quan versus Tom. Now, this one's an interesting one because both of these players are very known for their consistency, or at least one of them is, and from what I've seen from the other player, they are very consistent, I would say. But this race is going to be good because we're going to see some 6A action. You guys will get the content that you want. The fans have been crying. They have been praying for the appearance of the 6A, and it will be brought to you in due time.
This is rare to see some 6A gaming in this bracket stage. But this is gonna be some quality content.
Oh yeah, it's gonna be some good stuff. I'm excited for this match. Like, given these players are both consistency players, and Quan, I know, has been dropping some very close times to PB, and also some very, very, very silly death counts ranging in like the low 20s. This is going to be a good match if Quan turns up and if Tom also turns up. Even if they don't turn up, then it'll still be a good match. But I have a lot of hype for this. Been looking forward to this for a little bit. Oh yeah, right. Okay. Anyway, let me go do that, and then we'll get started. Surely, by the time I'm back.
Yeah, surely. So chat, what are your expectations on the next match? Who do you think is gonna win? Oh, true. There will be a winner. Yes, so in terms of PBs, we have 49.57 from Tom and 48.26 from Kron. So that's a minute and 30. But in a tournament setting, things can definitely go either way. Oh, true, Felix. Art gaming is awesome. Strawberry? The chat wants strawberry. So we are waiting on some cat feeding, but we are soon going to start the next match. Surely Sev will be
I
here
returned.
soon. Oh, well, picking on the devil.
What was that? Were y'all talking shit?
Chat wants some strawberry emotes. And both players are ready.
You're off. Big and huge, perchance. But yeah, I took a little longer than I wanted to with that. I had to feed the cats, and then I also took a thing and refilled my drink because it's hot today. Stay hydrated, gamers. It's important to remain hydrated in order to consume the content. Uh-oh, Tom's timer didn't start.
Um,
You, you hate to see it, I think? Oh, okay, they realized. It's so back. We're
Okay, no.
so good.
Timer is going. We're fine.
Unfortunate of this PBs, but I have faith. Verifiable PB coming. I sure hope not. I hope they like play well, but I now hope that they ideally play like 1 second behind their PB and win the match somehow. I hope
Imagine
he
a one frame PB.
No. Imagine.
Imagine a 1 frame PB. That would be something.
It would be like the moment of all time, I think. Yeah. I also hope that Quan franchise off me. Man.
Isaac just wants some prologue tiebreaker.
It's true and real. Surely there is a system in place for for, for something like that, right? We have tiebreaker rules? Okay, good. I was about to say, like, they surely are there, but I don't think I've ever seen a frame tie in this type of tournament just because it's, like, so immensely hard to... Ooh! Tom will
that's
drop that berry.
like 5-second death.
Hate to see that. On getting a small early lead here as a result of that.
Whoever played 6A more times should win the tiebreaker. True.
I agree with that. Honestly, make the tiebreaker a 15-minute farewell race. I'm not biased at all whatsoever.
I mean, it's only the continuation of finishing core.
Exactly. In a category like Orb, it makes the most sense. .317 city exit, which is pretty alright. It was a good city from Quan
Yeah,
in that case.
a strong start.
Tom will come out roughly 11 seconds behind.
"11 seconds behind the after city is definitely not ideal, but very far from over."
As Tom said, if he's going to go 6A, yes, Tom is going to go 6A. Despite the fact that, oh yeah, and this also deserves a shout out. Tom did get sub 50 recently, like over the course of this tournament, with 6A.
Yes.
And said that they will continue playing 6A for the duration of the tournament. So, big shouts to that. Good resync to demonstrate the lead here. I'm hitting the seeded, whereas Quan will get the last non-hub berry in 2A start. Or one of them, rather.
And we have some safe collect strats from both players. None of them is risking a long berry train that could lead to a very big time loss in case of death.
Oh yeah. Yeah, relatively good so far outside of the early mistake from Tom. Keeping up relatively well, even if he's behind. And, like staying that close behind for a long period of time is good, because when your opponent starts making mistakes, then you capitalize on that. So just pays to play well. Fertile and Tio were in VC, it would have been content. Oh no. That sounds like a disaster waiting to happen. On into a week here. Neither of these players, I think, do any Tassel Wake funny shenanigans. I don't actually know if Tom does or not, but does not seem so.
Doesn't
pretty
look
standard.
like so, indeed.
Pretty standard
Yeah.
exit here for both players.
And Tassowik doesn't even save as much time in ARB as it does in any percent. So it's not as big a difference as it would be in other categories. So I'm
Now,
getting some,
Oh,
yeah, a lot of deaths
Tom.
on this Awake Berries.
Tom.
Trying to get the corner jump.
Okay.
Oh.
Alright. 6 times the charm. Win it.
This can definitely make the difference.
Yeah, kind of a deja vu moment from the last run. I severely hope we do not have a repeat of last game. But, like...
That would be unfortunate indeed.
Yeah, it's kind of a moment so far, but still not insurmountable. Are you full now? Do you want a strawberry? Come here. Come here.
The
There
cat
you
wants
go.
to come commentating.
Yeah, he wants the strawberry. Hi, Reed. How did last game go? So it was kind of, yeah. Viv said it, but yeah, it did not go super great for Viv, but Enon played really well.
Yeah. What was it? Was it like 5-6 seconds from PB
At the
at the end of the run?
Yeah, it was really close to PB for Enon, so it's like losing a lead early for Viv was a little bit of the end of it, and then Viv also dropped a strawberry. A little tragic, but happens. The way of the ARB. Celeste does not condone feeding strawberries to cats. This is true.
But you should feed cats to strawberries.
Wait a minute. Oh, Tom missing Yasig, so I go for that normal backup. I'll take a bit of a bigger lead Quan is on at least the entry into Huge Mess here. It's like because it was a high 8-2x entry into Huge Mess for Quan, and now Tom is entering it like at 9 flat, so something like a 35-40 second lead for Quan. It's not what you want to see early in the game here.
Yes. So
this is particularly bad for Tom because Quan is just so insanely consistent for his level. So it is a little more than unlikely that Quan has a severe brain fart meltdown somewhere. That last week or the last match he had with the All Trail Berry thing was a fluke, basically.
Yes, and unless Quan makes some very big mistakes, Tom will have to play very aggressively to catch up.
Yeah, Quan's gonna have to keep this lead very substantially by not making any mistakes, by not dropping any berries, by not losing any cycles or death looping in any regard. And so far he's achieving that. It's very good from the Quan. We have more to play. Anything is possible in any of these other chapters. Like even late resort, anything can happen. So we will just have to wait and see.
Especially in the last room of result. This is where the big time loss can come in.
If it wasn't obvious there, I was trying to Khan's curse Quan at that point. So I think Quan is a special being where Khan's curse doesn't really work on Quan, right? Like,
yeah, because it worked last match, so why would it not work now?
like it's kind of like a reverse psychology type of thing, except like, you know, it just doesn't like work too much. Like he is just so insanely consistent. Surely Quan won't choke in the last room of Sweden and lose his lead because of it. No, definitely not.
Nah.
He did have a little mishap in the demo room, but it's like pretty alright there. Cool if you showed each player's PB on the layout. Honestly, that's not a bad idea. It is actually something I think would be well relayed to event restream tech,
Yes.
like the management part of it. Something to consider next time a tournament like this rolls around, which won't be for a while, but definitely a good suggestion. Ooh. Missing the reverse here, yeah. But if you want the PBs for both of these players, I will find it for you. It is my job as a caster to inform the masses. Quan's PB here is a 48-26, and the Tom's PB is a 49-57. So, in terms of ideal movement from both these players, Quan takes a lead by a little over a minute. But actually, wait, not a little over a minute. Can I math? I can't math. No, it's a
minute 30 about.
Yeah, minute and a half. But yeah. That said, though, anything can happen. Like, it is, as much as consistency is like an important factor, and this is like not even like, you know, cap or like wanting to like cast a curse Quan or anything like that. It's like playing that well for a long period of time is a very difficult thing to do. So, like, this category is just a very good example of the run is never over until it's over.
Yeah, and we have seen some very hard mess ups in the cassette room in core, which is basically the end of the run. So it is indeed never over.
will look like that lead is kind of building for Quan again still. And I did also say, like, earlier that I do think, like, this type of tournament just, like, brings out the best in people. So, like, could be very empowering if you end up doing well. And, like, momentum, carrying that momentum into future runs is definitely a thing. Like, it's a lot of psychology that goes into this, I think. Personally, anyway. Ooh. Okay, it doesn't. Doesn't reach the spike there, or the wall there, but had a little bit of moment on this berry. Tom did. Also, audio seems to be a little funny, I think. Surely it is just an OBS thing from Tom, and it will fix itself. Oh. I clicked the wrong button. Yep. Pause. Second block list here from Quan. Ooh, just missing the frame.
Tom was having a hard time with the blue heart.
But will continue on, get a second try. Very nice. Alright, and Quan does not miss the last berry in Old Trail and collects the last berry in Old Trail. Alright.
And there's approximately 1 minute and 5 seconds gap entering Old Trail between the two players. So Tom is in a pretty bad spot where he will need to play aggressive to catch up to Quan if Quan does not make any mistake.
I would call Cliff Face one of Quan's more consistent checkpoints, so I don't think anything's going to go right here. I also know that Quan has picked up the 5A start route, so I hope for the sake of the 5-ARB IL enjoyers that he messes up there in some regard. Meanwhile, a clean second block list from Tom. That is a little bit of time gained back. Tom using the pixel setup for the wave dash corner boost. Big and based. I used to use that setup.
A couple times in the tournament already.
Come again? Wait, what'd you say?
I said we already had a couple players do it already in the tournament.
Oh yeah, the 5A start route. Yeah. I've hated every second of it. I am a new 5A start route hater. What do you have against it? I have against it that it sucks. And also, it gave me torment for restreaming when I restreamed sometime last week because of Tio being a rude guy. A very not chill and not funny guy, if I do say so myself.
Recalling moment.
Very unfraudulent. Last, it'll help in this case a little bit because Quan menuing versus... Oh wait, Tom is gonna do the route. Heck, alright, it's not gonna help at all whatsoever then because there's not gonna be a slight resync of times. Tom pulls some time back and is on borderline PB pace. Yeah, Quan is just playing really well. But yeah, this is like borderline PB pace. I can't quite see the splits. Hold on, let me do some magic real quick.
I see
It's like plus 11, right?
18.7.
Oh, 18.7. Okay, plus 18 is still like not bad though. Like,
Yeah,
this is definitely...
especially because the later chapters are very long. So
yeah,
there's
definitely a doable pace.
probably a lot of time to save.
Could this be another double PB game? I mean, possible. One is that far
Definitely
ahead of his
possible.
PB right now, then like, that is nuts. I will have you all keep in mind for later that I asked Quan, because of the fact that he's been getting absurdly low death counts in his runs recently, and over the course of the ARB run, he takes 8 unintentional, or not unintentional, he takes 8 intentional deaths.
Okay, and we still have about a minute between both players entering depths.
But yeah, so when that journal comes up at the end of the run, and you see that death count, you just subtract 8 from it, and that's how many times he actually truly died. Also remember, those that might not be completely aware, that save and quits do count as deaths.
Yes.
And there have been a few save and quits here for both players. This is taken into account in the intentional death count.
And most notably the 1A and 3A blue hearts.
Yeah, those are the big ones, just because they save the most time. The other save and quits are all relatively small. Especially in terms of full game file time. And so unraveling here for Quan, though, it has been a clean temple. I did not get baited again by the IL timer. I remembered this time. That said, though, I do not know what equivalent time this is for the actual chapter split.
I think I think one entered with a 17 and high 1750 in chapter 5 and entered with pretty much a 20 flat in depth. So that would be something right above 2 minutes for the start of the chapter.
Yeah, so I guess this is then looking like a high 8-minute temple split. If all continues to go well. Tom will also start heading into the unraveling, getting a little pranked by the Seeker. Not what you like to see. Oh, that is movement for that room that I haven't seen before.
Seekers are very hard to manipulate.
That looks kind of nice, honestly. Misses the coin for the wall bounce. Unlucky, but still a clean unraveling despite that.
And one is entering rescue, which is a
Will there be any
hard chapter
shenanigans
to
here?
play fast with the Theo movement. But
There
with
will
good
surely
movement,
be
it's very
zero
short.
shenanigans. There will surely be zero shenanigans here.
Yeah, surely.
Surely. Okay, there's no shenanigans in Bad Dog Room. Ah! Okay.
Oh.
Missing a wave dash, but it's fine. Can just recover it with the respawn.
Yeah, only news like a second.
Ah, he corner fucked. It's over for the eyeball room.
Yeah, eyeball room is very tough because the very slightest mistake just fucks up all the setup, and it's very hard not to get pushed back by the shockwaves.
He still does make a good run of it though, in terms of that. It was a
Yes.
solid temple exit, honestly.
Oh, and apparently Quant's PB exit is for 2712 on Pebble exit. And here there was like 26, 37, 38 maybe? So there's definitely a room for PB.
Didn't Quan's PB have like a Deathless 6B or something? I feel like I remember that. I might be wrong. I'm going to check. Oh, I had one death. Okay. That's still really good though. And does also land plausibility as well. One death in 6B, two in Summit, maybe both intentional and Deathless Core. Let's see. There's the one intentional death. Oh, there is the two intentionals in 500 meters.
Yeah, that depends on.
I want to see if he does one
Depends
of
on
those
his
real quick.
strat to collect the leftmost berry.
I'm gonna look real quick because I can see that.
But there's at least one for sure.
Okay, he does not do that death warp or that other death warp. So
Okay.
one of those deaths is unintentional.
But still, only two unintentional deaths in 3 chapters, and especially very long and hard ones, is a pretty good feat. When we see Tom just getting the 2A heart because he's going to play 6A.
Yeah, it's kind of huge for the confronting myself fans. One of the rare times we get to hear confronting myself in the tournament.
Personally, I'm a bigger fan of the B-side music, but both are so good.
Base 2A
Celeste
hard grab
in
after
general
temple.
is just...
And yeah, now we're off to the right side of Hollows. Unknown territory for most ARB players, afraid to implement the right side of Hollows due to its difficulty, or so I've heard.
And of course, there would be absolutely no reason
For Quan, though, having an okay 6B, I think it's had a couple of deaths already, but like still a pretty good 6B for his pace.
Yeah, a couple of deaths so far, but very quick ones, not losing a lot of time. And he gets the feather skip. And he's coming up to reprieve soon, I believe. Yeah.
Yeah, reprieve.
With the infamous reprieve multi-boost.
Doesn't go for it, but we'll do the standard strat. Well, Tom pulling into reflection. The significantly shorter of the falling sections.
Yes.
Which clearly means that he is ahead. I mean, if you really think about it.
Surely there are not 2 checkpoints that are very long after that.
The rock bottom in 6A would never be 2.5 minutes long for this. Nice battle and boost.
Will he get the...
Oh, he got stuck!
Oh no!
It like pause buffered in order to try and get the cutscene cue, and then like dripped into the ground. Oh, this is so sad.
Kinda sad and funny at the same time.
Yeah, Quan's exit here for 6B still looking pretty hot, honestly. It was a 32.51 in his PB, and his exit right now is a 32.
28, 29?
Something like that. So yeah, still pretty far ahead.
Yeah, got a bit more than 20-second lead over his PB.
banger. Oh, that is a reverse for that room. It's interesting too because I get to see some 6A strats that I haven't seen in a while or ever. Because 6A being a much less paid attention to chapter than most of the other chapters.
That's the issue when you're slower than your B-side counterpart.
It's been looking clean for Tom though, putting on a good show for 6A for sure. Quan up here in 500 meters of summit, still holding strong with his PB pace, and for that matter, the lead. I mentioned it earlier, those early mistakes for Tom kind of spelled disaster in terms of the prospects of the race, but I think at this point, both players are just playing to try and PB. I don't know if Tom is completely aware that just runs like a little less than ideal.
Yeah, it's looking pretty bleak.
Being 40 seconds behind his PB, but I do think that it is a good run nonetheless. And Tom's staying in it, which is a good thing. Now, what would make Quan really cool is if he added some drip to his drop in 1.5K. Unfortunately, I don't think that's going to happen, but it would be real cool if he did so. The unpaused Terra drop action.
We will see soon when he enters 1.5K.
I am like 900% certain that Quan will do Nero drop, so it is unfortunate. But a man can dream.
1500 meters is scary in Orb.
You think he'll play safe season? Oh, probably. Like, absolutely. Like, this is Quan being, like, very safe, or not safe, but, like, very, like, consistent in his strategies. Just because that's just what Quan does. Quan, like, has been doing these strategies for really the, like, upper portion of his year, or, like, his time, like, in Celeste. I will always vouch for never trying to play to not lose because you're trying to win. I mean, that is true. But I think by Quan just doing what he's comfortable in doing, like, it more or less just means, like, he is playing to win. And, like, the manner of safety in, like, in that style of play isn't necessarily like changing your strats on the fly, but just doing what you're confident in instead of going for faster sicko stuff that you are practicing or may not be familiar with or as familiar with. That was kind of where I thought the question was framed. But yeah, Quan like basically always going to play up to what he is comfortable with and like not very much further.
And I believe there is a 2-minute gap between the players. Because if I recall correctly, Quan entered 1K at something like 34, 37. And Thumb was at 36.40. So this is looking like Quan is maintaining his lead.
Just as a refresher for some of those coming in, we are currently playing losers rounds. So, fortunately, the loser, or not fortunately, unfortunately, the loser of this race will be sent on their way at the end of their summer of the berries. But we are in the top 6 territory, or will be in the top 6 territory by the time today's matches finish. So numbers are thinning out. Competition's getting a little stiff now. They will be forced to hibernate until autumn. Listen.
The races are gonna be scary for the players in the next rounds.
Listen, Isaac, it's like one popular cartoon said, there are only 104 days in summer vacation. And then the summer of art comes along just to end it. You know what I mean. Quan getting a clean wall bounce for the 2.5k berry next to the key. Meanwhile, Tom finishing up 1.5k. Kind of closing it a little bit, I think. Quan has made a handful of mistakes throughout the summit here, but like not enough in order to kind of bring the lead back in their favor. Still up, like, you know, still a note bar anything catastrophic happening.
Unfortunately for Tom, I don't think he can close the gap enough to win the race, unless Quan has some very hard meltdown in 3k or core. But given he's a very consistent player, this doesn't look very possible.
Yeah, Quan's pace is just real hot right now. Like, yeah, what are you supposed to do against that? Like, you have a guy who's like the most comfortable with the strats that he's ever been, and is like pulling like paces that are like within 10 seconds of his PB on like almost on command. It's just like, what are you supposed to do against that if you're not an upper seed? It's just kind of, it's like hard. It's just not something you're expected to like account for, you know?
Sometimes it's not you being bad, it's just your opponent being too good for you. And you can't really do a lot about it.
It just happens sometimes, you know? It's a valiant effort, nonetheless. I just hope that nothing terrible happens for Quan at this point. cool as like a race, like a close race would be to see, I don't want to see a player ruin their PB. Bit of a wall jump mishap there for Tom.
Juan coming up to flag for demo
I'll nail it.
and gets it.
Should be of note that Quan's exit for Summit in his PB is 44-16.
So yeah, he will be like only a handful of seconds behind.
3 seconds behind.
3 seconds
core. This is this is something. His core was a 408, so
Definitely
As-
PBable at this
as
level.
as a little bit of time loss, I think, for Quan's like ideal core. Not easy by any means, but definitely
Yeah.
doable.
Core is very easy to lose time on. Especially because of the limited amount of dashes.
Your mistakes in core are just emphasized a lot more because of the core mechanics. So you just lose so much momentum if you make a misdash mistake. And I won't say Quan is known for his misdashing, but I do know that there are some Quan 2020 misdash enthusiasts in the chat somewhere. They are lurking. Clean ice skip though. Start out this core. Oh no! Oh, that's not what you want to see. Missing the jump up from the bumper twice.
This looks bad for a PB.
Yeah, that suddenly just turned it around real hard. If I look at like his heart of the mountain enter, and like try to cope a little bit. They had a 149 heart of the mountain enter. I'm like that just kind of duped it.
Yeah, because this is gonna be like
this is gonna be a 2x.
Oh, even more.
Yeah, it's just over for that.
15
Unlucky.
seconds.
You really do hate to see it, but
yeah,
still going to be a good run finish nonetheless. That is now 2 races just today where like the winning player has been on a pace and it's been lost to something in core. So hopefully later players can hold a pace and keep it. I do believe in the power of the players.
Yeah, core is a very unforgiving chapter.
Core sucks. Can we ban this guy? I don't care if he's world record holder. 46-36 exit here for Tom. That is, like, quick math. That is, what, 2.5 minutes? Not even 2.5, like 2 minutes and 20 some odd seconds from this race lead. So yeah, the lead has just gotten bigger and bigger as time went on. Yes, it was just too much for Tom to keep up with.
Which could be expected, given the difference in PB between both players.
Yeah.
But there have been some little upsets here and there during the tournament.
Yeah, in the early rounds of the tournament especially, it was, like, really good for that, but it's like, yeah, in these later stages, it's just really hard to play at that much of a deficit. And yeah, both players did play very well for what it's worth.
Yeah.
Let's Tom into the final section of the run here. We'll get through a skip relatively clean.
It's a clean ice skip. And
Nice.
Kwon is gonna close it with a 48-44.
At 20 seconds behind PB. Very nicely played for Kwon. And congratulations for advancing into losers round 3, making that lower bracket run, at least starting it to some degree. And yeah, Kwon the Immortal Part 2. I believe
25 deaths.
I believe in Kwon Losers Finals. Also, yes.
And as
25.
we said, he takes 8
Minus 8.
intentional deaths. So that's a 17 death counter
19.
on the run.
Wait, no, it's 7. It is 17. Yeah, oh my. Okay, I can't math. I'm stupid.
So that's a very strong run.
Yeah, very well played, Kwon. You, like, that was a hot pace for a while. Tom here getting through vertical relatively clean.
Take enough with you.
It is
That
going to
will
be able to
unfortunately
finish this up.
not be enough for a PB pace. But a clean core nonetheless.
Yeah, bar that like ice skip fail alone, this was like still this is a clean core for Tom. Just really had the one mishap at the start. Looking like it's gonna come into the mid 50 range.
Comes close already happened today. It can't happen twice. Trust.
Try. It's definitely how that works, I believe. Heard any cassette shenanigans here for Tom? Nope, no cassette shenanigans. Pure and simple, straightforward, good cycle. Just plays the safe cycle.
Very comfy
Oh, but the
strats.
save and cringe, you hate to see it. So I said mid 50, but this is a high 50, it looks like. Surely sub 51, right? No!
Yeah. No.
Ah! You hate to see it, okay. Unlucky heart bounce.
Yeah.
GG for Tom. Well played. Absolutely incredible display from 6A Gaming.
Yeah. 6A was very good. Well, it did lose some time, but there weren't very big mistakes individually.
Is that the end of people who play 6A in this tournament? I don't remember when I'm looking. Because if those are out, then... Yeah, I think that's the end of 6A for this tournament.
As far as I know, I think it is, yeah.
That's unfortunate. But, yeah. But that will be first two matches of the day. Next up is Jimmy versus Wonder, but we are actually going to switch commentary for these next two matches. So you will get to enjoy the company of some other very banger gaming gamers.
Yeah, some very good gamers coming up.
Yeah. Hope y'all enjoy the rest of the stream. And y'all take care. See you on the flip side.
See ya.
Hello.
Hello. How's it going, Isaac?
It's going pretty well. How's it going for you?
Going pretty well. I've actually just been hanging out for the past couple hours, watching some fantastic ARB races. I've got my whole setup here.
Yo, same.
Same, nice.
That's crazy.
Been seeing you in chat, been having a nice time. Got my whole setup here, so I have a cup of iced coffee. I have a can of seltzer in case I need to refresh a little bit. Got my notepad. I'm pretty excited for this.
You're prepared. I see.
Do you have a notepad with you, or just gonna?
I don't have a notepad with me. I can open the notepad application on my computer, but I don't have a physical notepad.
Okay, just got the regular notepad. Any Notepad plus fan, or just the basic, just
basic notepad for me?
Basic notepad. Okay.
Yeah.
Very respectable.
It does the job, you know.
It does. I'm a big fan of Notepad. Got the nice, the monospaced text, so you can. It just feels very nice and calm.
Exactly.
You ever go into WordPad or something, and just the font is just not correct, and
yeah,
give me the same feeling.
It's just not the same.
We got a pen and paper gang in chat. That's very true. I'm definitely the type of person that I'm gonna be commenting for something like this. I need something to do with my hands. I just have my pen in my hand. I'm spinning it around. I haven't written anything down yet. I don't know if I will, but just having it is kind of nice.
Gonna note down some strats from these runners. Implement them in your own ARB speedruns.
I think I might have to. A lot of really good strats.
We've got some great runners, so.
Oh, absolutely. And basically, every run that I've watched so far has been always something, a little something that I can learn watching different strats that everybody's doing. And even sometimes, when I watch someone fail a strat, particularly the one you have to do the Archie into the bubble in 5A depths, I think. I fail that all the time. And whenever I see somebody else fail that, I'm just it's a tough strat. I feel a little bit better about myself. A lot of really hard strats in this game, and a lot of really good runners here as well. A message in chat. Can I write "Hi Emily"? I'll write "Hi Emily" on my piece of paper here. Not completely. There we go. But the next race is Jimmy Clyde versus Wonder. So Isaac, how do you think this match is going to go?
It's a tough one to call because both of these runners are pretty aggressive with their strats, I think, but sometimes struggle a bit with consistency, so it could go either way here. But I believe both runners do have a PB in the 49 range.
Pull up the little spreadsheet that I got. We're headed off into your favorite chapter of the game.
Let's go. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, this is the real race. Whoever gets out of prologue first has won in my heart.
I think that's more important than winning the Strawberry Showdown is just winning first place in Isaac's heart.
Exactly. That's what all our runners are really competing for here. Bit of a late cutscene skip from both runners here. I think that was a 29 from Jimmy though, so I think Wanda takes that.
We might have to bring it to the instant replay, but I think he might be right. What Tio says in chat looks like Wonder did win. So race is over, we can go on to the next one. But it looks like both runners are actually going to continue into the 175 red berries portion.
We'll let them collect some berries as well. That's pretty cool too, I think.
Yeah. I am a big fan of berries myself.
So am I.
Like they're both very well synced up here. Even like very similar strat choices.
GSA.
But this is already off to a good start. I think this
going
is going
under.
to be a good race.
Yeah, it should be a banger race.
Both going
Both
left side
runners
the
smell very
RTM route first.
close.
They both do get the berry.
Good to see that. Don't want to see any drop berries in these races.
Especially not this early. No, I think you're one of the people who you don't get the left side berry first. You just go into the rest of the city.
Yep.
You do that for like races as well.
Yeah, I just think it flows better if you just keep playing the chapter. I'll take the interruptions at the end, but I like to go through all of City at once.
I feel that. Wonder bounced off the blue heart a couple times. Was able to get that. Looks like Jimmy had to back up the coffee shop jump there, but is going to the heart room right now. Nice little neutral there to get back up on the platform. Wonder almost hits the Yasik there.
Bonking on the Coyote jump, but recovers it well.
Nice clean triple move block room. It's such a cool strat when you hit it. For me, it feels more fun than anything else in City.
Now we'll see. Collects that berry. Nicely done. Tio, please take notes.
Interesting wall bounce there. On top of that platform. Seems like it sets up the height pretty well. It's kind of what I enjoy about commenting and watching these races, that there's always something to learn. So like, if you're a runner like Tio, definitely find like a good collect for those berries in that room. Wonder did that very nicely. Jimmy just made it successfully through my favorite room in City.
Like Jimmy dropped the berry at the bottom there and had to go back for it. Luckily, one that you can go back for without having to replay the entire checkpoint. And gets that wall bounce nicely first try. Ooh, Wanda just dashing a little bit too early there.
Go right to the dash
of
crystals.
Dash crystal.
I feel like that's one of the most frustrating that's to me, when I just miss a dash crystal and like expect to get it, then I just don't dash.
Yeah.
E27 exit for Wonder. Jimmy's a little bit behind on the IGT, but I think a little bit behind the City exit as well. Very nice.
Yeah, Jimmy is going to be a little bit behind here. But not a gap that can't be made back up. It's be about 8 or 9 seconds, I think.
Nice under strat from Wonder there. That's a strat that I've struggled with a lot, and any percent just had to drop. Yeah, this race is very much, a lot that could happen, especially in the start of 2A, where there's a lot of berries that you really just want to carry around with you.
Getting a quick resync.
And Jimmy hits under strat too. This is a very good resync. I think we're right down to the exact second. So far, it looks like both runners are doing a very good job of collecting all the berries that they're coming across, which I'm sure I won't cause any sort of commentator's curse because of that.
I hope
They're
not.
doing very well, yeah.
It is a pre-recorded match, so hopefully the commentator's curse is not going to be coming into play here. Although Jimmy did just die. He did did in fact drop a berry, but is able to go back for it.
It is all my fault.
And Felix has already ruined the race. It's over.
I am so sorry. That's one of the things that I've always thought about commentators' curse, is that it's so effective. It can even affect recorded matches in the past. Like,
Exactly.
it has no bounds.
And while we see Wanda going through intervention, looking very clean right now, you never know what kind of commentator's curse Felix is gonna unleash on him in a second.
You can't throw that on me and say, oh, well, a runner's doing really well, so it's time for Felix the commentator's curse them. I don't think that's how it should.
It doesn't work if you do it on purpose, actually, so... Wanda exits the balance section without too much trouble. Jimmy very close behind here.
It's like both runners are playing this very cleanly. We'll see if it's kind of risky to drag those through two berries through the those through rooms. One is able to keep both of them. Definitely dropped one of those before and had to go back and redo the top room. But Jimmy will be doing the same thing. And hits it. I do think it's very tricky when playing a tournament match like this where you can't reset. You know, you might, in your regular ARB attempts, like play that pretty risky because you can just reset if you don't get one of the berries. But in a tournament, you might want to play it a little safer.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, the tournament kind of brought about these new collect strats in 2A start, and I'm very happy to see it because I don't want to see people losing races by dropping a 4-berry train at the start of intervention.
But yeah, that would not be super ideal.
But we do have both our runners still very much in this race, as Wanda with a bit of a costly death there.
Yeah, fell off that
to
platform
retake the
there.
transition.
Getting the wall boost, but not quite enough distance to actually get the berry. That I've played around with a little bit. I've never had much luck with myself. Like Jimmy also having to back it up.
It looks like we're pretty close now. After that mistake from Wanda early in 3A start.
Yeah,
Only
that was a
couple
great
rooms
resync.
apart. There's Wanda getting the pulse buffer demo. Jimmy gonna do the same.
Very nice. Looks like Jimmy also has a setup where when you pause, you don't actually see the pause when you line up the queue a little bit better.
Yeah, just makes it slightly easier to see.
A start is one of those checkpoints that there's a lot of different variation in strat choice to do. Interesting to see what these runners will be going with.
Wanda getting the understrat there. And Jimmy also getting it
I love that understrat. It's
It's so satisfying.
yeah, it's just one of those strats that I kind of want to drop sometimes, but it just feels so cool when you get it. Oh, that was an awesome
Jimmy with a
backup.
backup. We have both runners coming up on Yasig now. Wanda gonna go for the pause buffered version. Gets it first try.
Gigantic.
And Jimmy going for the new unpaused version and also gets it. We'll save a bit of time over Wanda there.
The same room. And you know what I think that means? I think that means both of our runners are absolutely gaming right
I agree. As Jimmy decides that he's gamed a bit too much and takes a small death there.
You have to
But
pace
now
out the
we'll
gaming.
resume gaming.
That one was definitely not on me. I take no responsibility for that comms curse.
I don't want to talk about it. Anyway, so
Okay,
so
we're
Wanda's
1
gonna
and 1
be,
right
gonna
now.
be going through tiles here. Guess the winged berry.
That berry can be
What
pretty
kind of
tough to get
cycle we're
missing
gonna
it.
see for this berry here? Gonna go under that dust bunny, cleanly through. It's Jimmy going for the wall bounce over the dust bunny.
There's so many different strat variations for that room. I can't even keep track of like which one that I want to practice myself.
Yeah, and they're all really hard.
You just hate that when there's a room that has a bunch of different choices and they're all bad.
Yeah, it's like that one 500-meter room before the spring room.
Yeah, none of them are good. I think that room is fun when you hit it, but we'll get to that point. Jimmy's about a couple
Now.
rooms behind here. The Wonder taking a death there. I've seen a lot of runners
Oh.
have a struggle with this room a lot in the tournament specifically.
As Jimmy taking the lead now. I
Yeah,
think
just
on
like-
the IGT they're pretty much even.
A couple of costly deaths there from Wonder, and it's Jimmy's just a little bit ahead, I think.
Yeah. Looks to be a second or two ahead.
Which, from a commentator's point of view, I love to see that. Just give me as many leads as possible. Just as much content. Wonder gets a nice setup to ensure that corner kick there, and then Jimmy gets into a last hub mess room.
Looks like Jimmy's pulled out a bit more of a gap here.
I've heard Jimmy is quite the 3-arb resort enjoyer. Being some
Yes,
very aggressive
Jimmy
strats and just
Has
executing them
a
very well.
5:48, I believe, which is a very fast IL time. Although I believe did struggle a bit in their race yesterday.
Oh, that's
Which
true.
will
I
be getting a
remember
much
watching that.
cleaner result this time around.
I think the last shaft room specifically was a bit of a struggle for Jimmy yesterday. We'll see if he can
Let's
pull out a
hope,
better strat today.
hope that Jimmy can get through there cleanly. He's been absolutely gaming and shocked so far.
Lots
Gets
for
the demo. Misses that turnaround climb jump, but recovers it well. Gets through the room without
Yeah.
any deaths.
Yeah, making it through the room first try is huge, and I think maybe that little movement thing would have just been a little bit of a deja vu from yesterday, but able to get it through first try, that has to feel really good. Got a chat message that's the worst room in the game. Absolutely valid, in my opinion.
It's got to be up there.
He's getting into the very last room, which can be very, very stressful, I think. it takes so much practice to get used to it and collect both berries, and you have to know like several different versions of the cycle if you die or if you die with the wrong berry. A little scary at the end to be able to make it through it first try.
611 result from Jimmy though. That's very, very solid.
1257 on the exit. Don't want to say anything yet. Okay, Wonder is able to make it through the room successfully. Gonna be less than 10 seconds behind.
1306. 1305.
This is absolutely a good race. Always interesting to me as well to see like what chapters individual runners prefer, because I know we just said Jimmy's a big enjoyer of Resort Arb. Maybe less of a late game enjoyer. Does do 6B but doesn't like it. It's always curious and interesting for me to see like what chapters runners practice more or less in Arb.
Yeah, I think generally you want to be practicing Summit a lot, but it's probably not the favorite chapter of a lot of runners because it's just so long and brutal.
Yeah, absolutely. And even in Arb specifically, I think there are a lot of very like individually difficult Summit strats.
Yeah, for sure. Okay, Jimmy recovers it with the win there. Got a corner boost by accident on that pillar.
And the corner boost jump scare. And Wonder dashed right into the top spike, so we'll lose a little bit of time there, but...
Gonna get slip and slide attempt from Wonder. The best strat name in the game.
I think it's
I think
up there.
we also had one from Jimmy. I did not see it.
Up and slide is a good strat name, but what I prefer personally is the spaghetti sauce strat. That's a good strat.
Unfortunately, we're not gonna be getting a spaghetti sauce from either runner here.
Fortunate.
I think anyway. We didn't get one from Wonder.
And Wonder just barely misses the corner kick there. Oh, okay. Nice backup from Jimmy, getting like two, like 1 pixel jumps off the bottom. I call that like third blockless room. There's I think a strategy you can do to skip the block entirely, and it looks just so scary. When Jimmy gets the fast start with a really quick setup too. A lot of runners will intentionally grab the wall for a little bit there to set up the frames correctly, and it seems like Jimmy just went for it and got a first try.
Wonder also got the fast start first try, so seems to have closed the gap quite a bit here. Like a pretty close race. Probably about a 5-second lead in Jimmy's favor here.
And both of them get C-pop first try, so we're same room right now. All these ridge rooms are pretty long, but just to be in the same room is very cool.
Wanda backing up the undertrail, nicely done. Ooh, small death there from Jimmy. Trying to get onto the block.
It's kind of an awkward like hyper that you do to get to that block.
It is
If you try to like read it.
And
You
you've
read it
also
like as
got
much as
to
possible.
judge the wind when you're drifting back to the left to grab onto it. It looks like Jimmy made another mistake in there, so Wanda actually... Oh, the death, the death was synced, and synced bonk as well.
Oh, let's go. I'm loving this race right now.
Oh, Wanda. Okay, collects it. Collects the berry on the second block list. Scared me a bit there.
Okay, so Jimmy gets its second try, so this race is still fantastic. If I remember correctly, I think Jimmy took quite a few deaths yesterday to second block list. So he's definitely playing really well race today.
Yeah, both runners on pretty solid pace right now. It's both in cliff face, very close together.
The cliff face RTM. Not going to be today.
No RTMs from these runners. These runners are based runners. They keep playing the game.
Getting the funky bubble strat while also trailing a berry, which is really scaring me, but also very based.
Oh, that's a big death for Wanda right at the end of this room. Just still a little too slow and got caught by the snowball.
It's a tough end to that room because you have to judge for yourself, like whether you think you'll just barely be fast enough to dodge a snowball if you want to wait like a whole second to get out of the way of it. Just a little miscalculation.
Jimmy finishes up Ridge. An 18-15. Wanda gonna be around 8 seconds behind here.
I feel like the lead did not change at all. I think that's just playing right with each other.
Yeah.
Exactly. Someone
They
play
got
counter
pretty
lead
much the
changes.
same Ridge.
Are getting into the start of Mirror Temple. We'll see if the runners do the new route with the RTM.
Jimmy gonna be going for the old route. Taking the bottom berries first. So Wanda going up first. We'll be doing the RTM.
Well, this will be interesting then, because we won't really know which runner is ahead or not until they get into depths. Let's see if there are any lead changes. I know Jimmy's taken a couple deaths, I think, so far.
Yeah, a couple deaths for Jimmy, and Wanda has that around 1.5 seconds advantage by taking the new route. Let's hope to see Wanda not get locked out in depths.
Always go for the
That is
blue heart.
something I've seen.
Okay, I'm with you now. I thought we were making a bingo lockout into depth reference, but
Oh no.
yes. I haven't done the new route myself, but I've definitely heard of people like if you go too far through the checkpoint.
Yeah, because the
can't
door
return back.
closes on you, but Wanda is going to make it through.
So it's like a reverse you have to do through the transition if you just like don't time it right. A little
If you
risky.
accidentally jump a little too early, then you'll miss the buffer window and just go flying into the checkpoint and getting locked out.
Now, I wonder if that would ever happen with someone playing bingo and trying to get all the start berries. You get locked out of start and also get locked out of the objective. That'd be a devastating lockout. I wonder does it happen right into the right into depth, so we'll get a little bit of a resync here.
No DCB route from either of these runners.
I don't know if I've seen anyone in the tournament.
Yeah, I'm not sure. It's more of a swag route than anything. It's a very very low, high risk, low reward kind of route.
Yeah, and most of the reward is just like in the swag of it. It's only like what 0.3 to actually hit it, but
Yeah.
a lot of style point. Jimmy gets a seeded berry, and then Wonder is right behind it. I think maybe he had a little bit cleaner of a seeded berry route, so might be pulling a little bit of time back. Like this checkpoint specifically, movement is so important because there's such like big distances that you have to cover between every room. And like little tiny movement things really can start to add up.
Yeah, for sure. Small death for Jimmy. Oh, another one, and looks like Wanda's gonna be taking the lead. Oh, we were GSAing for a second, but
That was Comscript if I've ever heard one. But I won't say anything besides that. I think that strat is tricky if I'm remembering it correctly, because you can't hold grab until after you already... Like, if you hold grab the whole time, you can't do the climb jump.
you can hold grab, but you need to delay the right press.
Okay.
Because if you're too far to the right, then for some reason you just don't. You just go under the wall and don't grab it.
Yeah, I think Wonder has a very slight lead here.
Yeah, about a second.
Yeah, this is exactly the type of race that I was hoping I'd be able to comment today. Just neck and neck. We're already about... We're getting close to the halfway point, and there's nothing but runners. It's so cool to see.
Oh, after the resync, we had a GSA for about half a second, and then Wonder missed the button. But it looks like Jimmy making some mistakes, and Wonder will take the lead back. This is so close. Wanda with a slight mistake through that room. Oh, and misses the coin as well.
We're in perfect sync up until that coin miss, so just Wonder is a tiny, tiny bit away. But losing like 4 or 5 seconds just to that.
Yeah.
It's a tough game and a tough speedrun, and I mean, when you think of all like the tiny little movement things, like little frame windows that you have to hit over the course of this like 50, maybe 45 to 50 minute run, really impressive to see like how these runners be able to handle all that difficulty. Wonder getting the demo first, right? I didn't see Jimmy, but I feel like he probably did. Never mind, they're
GSA.
point again.
Small bonk there for Wanda. Gonna lose a few seconds. Ooh, and a death for Wanda as well.
A couple, yeah.
Struggling in this bottom left berry room.
It can be a tough death to take, and Celeste is such a cool game because it has so many leniency mechanics, so if you're like a little bit further away from the wall, or if you miss time, you can still get a wall bounce. But then sometimes like that, you're like, I really don't want a wall bounce or else I die, and it just gives you one anyways.
This is incredibly good pace from both these runners though. Jimmy about to enter rescue. A 25:43. Definitely 47 pace right now. At this point in the run, about halfway through. There's Wanda, the 25:53 I think that was, so about 10 seconds behind. But struggling to get up this first wall.
This checkpoint takes so much additional practice to other checkpoints, because any tiny like movement mistakes that you do, if you end up on a weird like seeker cycle, or really don't want to have to be like improvising. You're already halfway into the arb run.
Yep, Wanda almost getting that berry strat, but just missed the Theo Veta there.
Jimmy took a bad death at the end of this room. Got sniped by the Seeker right at the end.
Wanda getting that reverse Hyper B hop on the block. It's Jimmy eyeball room. That was not ideal. Hopefully he can recover that. Oh no.
And then Wonder getting it cleanly.
Oh,
Just
not
as I
quite.
said something. Not quite.
This is a really close race though. At 26:59 for Jimmy. And it's a 27:02 for Wanda.
If I'm remembering correctly, Jimmy had like an 8-second lead at the end of Resort, 8-second lead at the end of Bridge, and
Yeah, now
like
a 3-second lead. Wanda's closed the gap. And this is incredible pace for both runners, really.
We've already had at least one race in the bracket stage where both runners PB'd. I wonder if this could be another one.
It's looking likely with these paces. I'm not sure about the end game proficiency of these runners, but
Be having a bit of a moment with Lake Skip, and then Wonder taking a death in the next room. We're basically all synced up again.
I feel like I remember Wanda dropping a banger 6B time recently. Yeah, Wanda dropped a 403 6B.
436B is
Very good.
fantastically good. Yeah.
Well, we had a slight sink again for a second, but Wanda bonks against the wall. Both missing the fast cassette strat, but both
Able to
able
get
to
through the
back
room.
it up. But I
Based
think,
on Wonder's movement, he ended up on maybe a different cycle than he was expecting and had to improvise his way up, was able to do that very cleanly.
yeah, and I think Wanda has a slight lead, the IGT, coming into 6B here. Round a second.
Do you know when Wonder got the 403? Is it possible that it was during this race? Now, that'd be wild. The recorded match.
I think if it was during the race, it was definitely not during the race, because I'm looking at the screenshot now and the IGT is 5 hours, so I hope it's not during this race. But it was 2 days ago.
Taking a death in that room, and Wonder opts to go through the transition again. Like Jimmy had a backup for that room and was able to just go through it without going through the transition, ahead in the lead a little bit. I do think that sometimes if you haven't practiced the death strat like a lot, the course of a race context like this, you just want to the little time panel going back through the transition and trying to figure out a death strat, like all the adrenaline being in a race getting to you.
Oh, synchronized death. Again.
Another one.
Another synchronized death. This time Wanda took a death, but Jimmy's having none of it. Decides to keep moving.
If I'm remembering correctly, I don't believe that Jimmy is a 6B enjoyer. Wonder has a 403. It indicates a lot of practice put into the level, so even if Jimmy has a little bit of a lead here, I wonder if that will hold up.
It's still a long way to go in this chapter. A lot of hard strats left to come, but Jimmy getting the demo first try, so does Wanda.
Both runners getting the down right into the unpaused demo, which is very cool. I don't know. I mean, not that I had heard from previous conversations that Jimmy was not a 6B enjoyer, but it looks like he's playing very confidently. Like, small death in that room, but like his movement is very on point.
Yeah, looking very clean. Wanda with the reverse ultra feather skip. You'd love to see that. Jimmy taking the feather. Wanda with the up dash. These are some very aggressive strats. Down right into that feather.
They're the 4-3 level strats we're expecting.
Chooses
Up
to
dash
play
into
the ending a
feather.
little safe, but that's understandable. Yeah, the up dash into the feather, I believe, is a 2-frame.
I think that's correct.
See.
It does not save all that much.
Small death on under Kevin. Jimmy gets under Kevin cleanly, and we're synced up again for the reprieve multi-boost. Wanda goes for it, and Jimmy decides not to.
Huge.
It could be a significant time save for Wanda the way this race is going. It has been so close the entire way through.
That's been like one of the best races to commentate, because not only is it very close, both players are both playing extremely well.
Yeah, I think this is still looking like PB pace for both runners here.
The long room right now, surely Isaac wouldn't do anything to curse these runs here.
I think both runners are going to get this flawlessly. Wanda getting the cassette boost. Jimmy as well.
And a huge. Okay.
I've never
I think
cursed any runners before, so
it's once earlier in the stream, but it's a one-time. Oh,
that didn't
Jimmy's
happen.
journal. Or I see a runner check their journal after like 6B or something. I think maybe they're like on PB pace.
Yeah, these are definitely both PB paces. Jimmy's PB is a 49.17, and Wanda's PB is a 49.25, and these both look like 47 paces to me, so some insane paces from these runners.
It was a pretty good day for Celeste then. I remember Quan had a really good race earlier today that was on PB pace for a lot of it. And the very next race we have here, both runners on PB pace again. Jimmy taking a couple 0 and 0 meters, and that was able to pull ahead quite a bit here. Definitely not insurmountable, but should be a couple rooms ahead.
Yeah, maybe Wanda. Maybe I'm not correct on that one, but it's at least 48 pace.
A little bit of a difference too between like 47 pace and like technically 47able, like a pristine game. He gets the winged berry cleanly. There's a room that I get a little nervous about because if you miss one of the dashes, the berry just flies away. Much any winged berry room really, not a huge fan of. They took a death in the last room of 500, which means they're both in the same room again. Both runners just meant for even a little bit pull away from their opponent, which I love to see.
Ooh, a death from Wanda.
Another one.
Another death from Wanda.
I think he's a little bit ahead on IGT, but I think even with those deaths, he'll be a a bit ahead in the race again. Was I think like a 10-second lead for Wonder out of 0 meters has already been overcome.
I think Wanda still has a 1 second lead, just about, but it's very close. As we do get a resync. And there we go. We do see Wanda now just about in the lead.
Just barely in the lead, but in the same room again. So much fun. I mean, I'm having a great time. I love when the runners are this close together. I imagine the restreaming setup when you have to constantly do resyncs to make it as exciting as possible. It'd be a lot of work for them, but I'm having a nice time. Into 1500 meters here, and there's a lot of different strats that run, and a lot of very aggressive ones as well. Wonder missed the wall bounce, was just like a 1 pixel away from the game would have allowed a wall bounce.
Oh, but Jimmy dies with the berry in the bottom room. We have some mistakes on both sides. It's probably gonna even out to be pretty close again. They just can't leave each other alone. More of this. They managed to make the mistakes in completely different ways, but lost pretty much the same amount of time.
He's able to get that demo, but Wonder misses it, which might be a little bit of a lead change. I had a cleaner end to the Ultra room, so back in the same room again. You love to see it.
Oh, Wanda, collect that berry. Nice. You don't want to see berries being dropped. That one wouldn't be too bad, as you could go back to get it if you dropped it in that room, but still not something you want to see when the race is this close. Oh, another death for Wanda.
Because he's a couple seconds behind on an IGT, I think it's almost exactly tied right now. He can make it through this room cleanly.
Yeah, looks like Wanda is on 60 FPS compared to Jimmy on 61, because the timer keeps slowly drifting. Slowly drifting back for Wanda.
Interesting to see what strats the runners go for in the vertical auto-scroller. Might get very, very nervous about. Could be big time loss if you miss it. And I say because this is a recorded match, I can't conscript either one of them. It contradicts what I said before, but...
You know that's not true.
No, it's not true.
And there it is.
I'm so sad.
And there's the death for Jimmy.
Wonder took a death in the auto-scroller skip room beforehand.
Yeah, it's only fair, to be honest. As Wanda gets through the vertical auto-scroller cleanly, and the race remains incredibly close. Looks like Wanda with a slight lead here. Maybe a couple of seconds, but then Jimmy takes another death.
Gets the seated room route very quickly. It's a lot of time there if you just losing a dash or not getting able to get to one of the Runner is now in the last room of 2. When Wonder dashes right down into the spike, that's a big death.
That's a big one.
The GSA battle in orbit, it's a different one. He enters 2500 about 40 minutes and 15 seconds, so a 4-second lead or so, 3 or 4 seconds, but the Jimmy Topper out there taking the bubble through the breakable wall. See a lot of runners do that. Entering the skip room, grab the key, and then the strategy does go to the up here.
Ooh, misses the wall bounce. Gets the backup though. Is Wanda also gonna go for the backup here? Oh, misses it again. Gets it this time.
Okay, gets the third backup. Very tricky room.
Allows Jimmy
Because you
to
have to,
build out the lead.
Surely nothing would happen the rest of 2500. There's simply no long rooms available where or can take the lead back
Yeah,
again.
I don't think there are any long rooms left that either of these runners could take a death and lose a lot of time.
I did just see Jimmy take a death. One, and we are...
And
Should
it
be
looks
tied
like
again.
we're pretty much even again.
Can be one of the scariest rooms in ARB just because there are, I think, 3 berries. And at the end, 25-30 seconds back up there.
Yeah.
It's like both runners are able to handle the pressure, and we're getting into 3K. A fantastic resync here. This is fantastic.
Wanda slightly ahead.
Runners entering downdraft, which is one of my favorite like sub checkpoints. I feel like when you have the wind blowing down on top of you, everything, like every little movement you do, feel a little bit faster. Wonder actually accidentally breaks the crumble
is so
block.
much fun. Ooh. Uh-oh, okay.
Oh, what a backup.
And we're pretty much even again.
Love it.
Thank you, Wanda.
It's gonna be the cool little spike jump there. One of those strats when I first
Corner
saw
boost
somebody
from
do it,
Jimmy.
that's pretty aggressive, and I kind of love it. Kind of this must be for the runners to watch back as well, because when you're playing a race like this, you don't know where your opponent is. You just kind of have to focus on your own race to know that it was this close the whole way through.
I don't think I'd want to know that it's this close if I'm the runner. I just want to do my thing.
Yeah, I agree. And sometimes, like, I'm early on. Ooh, Jimmy, death on
Oh,
flag.
death for Jimmy.
He
Lead swings
one.
around again.
to get the wall bounce at the start of flag 12, that'll pull a little time back. It's a very cool strat. Or grabs flag 10 just in case. Jimmy also gets it, which I think is a very reasonable thing to do in a race context. The death to the wall bounce, I think he's going to be very happy that he grabbed 10.
Now, will the flag 4 demo behave? Ooh,
Wonder takes the death to it.
Either the any percent demo, and then gets a hyper by accident. But the ARB demo works first try for Wonder, and works first try for Jimmy as well. But due to the other deaths, Jimmy's close to gap again.
Flag right now. Or grabs flag 2 and is on his way up. Gibbs flag 2 and goes for the double wall bounce. Jimmy, please. Okay, can breathe again. Pretty base.
We have Wanda with a 45.07 and Jimmy with a 45.13 out of Summit. Oh, it was a 1 second. one second
frame
more
difference.
for both of the runners there.
Enjoying the epilogue GSA, you don't typically see that. Not quite perfect, but
What has been the biggest gap, like, out of a chapter? I feel like it's been 8 seconds or something. Something ridiculous like that.
I think 8 seconds has been the most, and both runners entering core just low 45. I think this is still technically PBable for both of them. Need a very fast core, but players have been absolutely gaming so far. He misses the hop there, but is able to back it up.
No, with the ice skip. Gets across, gets the berry, and gets back. Jimmy as well. Landed a little bit low there, but succeeded with the strat. Not a strat you want to take a death to.
Absolutely, especially in a race context like this, and don't think either runner knew where their opponent was, but that would just only make it more stressful for me knowing that you have to hit this first try, the race could be over.
Yep, Wanda getting the fire skip. Jimmy also getting it. And
My
Wanda
goodness.
cleanly getting 172. Ooh, takes a small death there though. Still a close race.
Jimmy's only about half a room behind, which is absolutely nothing. Wonder makes absolutely no mistakes for the rest of the race. Maybe he'll guarantee a win, but
Oh, that's a big death for Jimmy though. Does he know a death cycle? Looks like he does. That's impressive. I don't know a death cycle for that room. That's still gonna allow Wanda to be around a room ahead here. Entering heart of the mountain.
there are a couple long rooms here, especially some of the long vertical rooms that can eat a lot of time off, especially if you're going for a very aggressive cycle. Race is definitely not over. Wonder is going for rather aggressive core strats, but is executing on them very nicely.
Gets the lava wall bounce. Gets the berry collected.
With the last berry collected, I think this is Wonder's race to lose at this point.
Yeah, and it's also still looking like PB pace.
It's been a very
For
clean
Wanda.
core. I definitely think so. Possibly for Jimmy as well. Let me double check that. Jimmy, I think, has a 49-17, so I think probably not quite PBable, but still a fantastic race.
Yeah, he's playing very close.
There only has a couple more rooms to go. The cassette room, which is, depending on which strat you go for there, can absolutely kill a run. Both be crossing our fingers.
Yep.
I'd love to see.
See what Wanda goes for here. Goes for the climb up. Oh,
Death and then goes back.
I've seen this before. Okay, goes for the safest strat the next time around. Jimmy also going for the. Oh, this is it. That looks like it's gonna hand the race over to Wanda. Jimmy goes for it again, but I think Wanda's gonna take this one, and also, if he gets through the heart room cleanly here, which he does, that is going to be a 3-second PB for Wonder as well.
Going for the save and quit in the heart room. I wasn't actually sure what happened there, but GG, that was a great run. This is absolutely fantastic race to be close the entire time.
Jimmy also closing out a sub 50. GG's.
GG. Jimmy, his controller disconnected, save and quit with keyboard. I'm so glad that it wasn't a little closer then. Yeah, knocked out of a race because of a disconnect would be very sad. Looks like it would have been a couple seconds behind with that. And sub 50 with a controller disconnect is fantastic. You should be proud of that race. It's so much fun to watch.
Yeah, that was a really, really good race. Unfortunately, that is going to be the end of the tournament for Jimmy. Wonder will move on to face Quan the next round.
As far as I'm concerned, I think for Jimmy to get knocked out of the tournament on a race like that, which is very close to PB, is full of great content for the whole Celeste community. I'd be very proud of that.
Yeah, for sure. A very solid run from both runners.
Absolutely. I think for a lot of runners, like even myself when I signed up for the tournament, like I don't really think I'm going to win the tournament, but if I can like provide a content race or something for, like the community to enjoy, it's kind of what I want to get out of it, and I definitely provided that today for all of us. He posted in chat that he almost lost versus Vapo because of a controller disconnect as well.
Oh no.
Speaking of Vapo, we'll have a post match coming up here. I'm excited to watch this. I believe this will be a live match as well, so Commentator's Curse definitely could be a thing that could happen.
Could be a huge factor in this race.
Could be a huge factor.
We'll see which runner deals with it better. It's an important skill to learn in these tournaments. It's how you deal with the Commentator's Curse.
Absolutely, and it's an important skill for commentators as well to be able to deal with Commentator's Curse, so you're not inflicting it to the wrong runner at the wrong time. You want to be like
you want to learn how to use the Commentator's Curse to create the closest racing possible.
Exactly. But, you know, personally, I think even though the last race was recorded, I think we did a really good job ensuring that it was as close as possible.
Yeah, I think we pretty much nailed it. That one.
So, you know, we'll see if we can go 2 for 2 today.
I hope so.
This will be the more the bigger showing of our commentating ability. And manipulate this race to our comms curse even more effectively than we did the last one.
Well, we have 2 runners who are also pretty close in PB, both in the 49 range.
We're getting started
and
here.
We go. Back to the best chapter. You love to see it.
Isaac, I know you're such an ARB gamer, but it must be kind of disappointing to start the run on the best chapter and have to go downhill after that point.
It is a little disappointing at times, but I mean, it's the same with every category. If you're playing any percent, you got the same problem, so...
There's no matching the highs of a good prologue.
Say 28.8 prologue for Goose. We're never going to know with Vapo because no live split.
Really do need like an instant replay feature for the Celeste community so we can get prologue times.
We do.
This is a race that I'm very excited to watch. Poe is such like a strong, consistent Celeste runner. I've learned a lot of strats just from watching like PBs and some of the sub 30 any percent sheet, sub 50 ARB sheet. It's a good opportunity just for me to learn some more strats from him.
Yeah, very, very consistent runner. Goose as well. Very solid
Absolutely.
runner. I'm not entirely sure whether they favor consistency or auto strats, but I guess we'll find out in this race.
I watched part of his race yesterday against Scooms, and that was a, remember correctly, with a very strong showing, but the match against Scooms is something tough for any racer to overcome.
Yeah, he's been popping off lately and dropped a banger 174 berries run today.
I saw that. Goof just turned into the void, but Heart was still there when he respawned, was able to get that. It's a nice fast strat upon zooming from the save and quit. So makes it cleanly through my favorite room in all of City, and then does as well. Looks like Vapo has a tiny bit of a lead. Of course, this early on in City, this really go either way.
Vapo chooses to not go for the up demo wall bounce. Goose goes for it, but collects the berry first. Vapo actually a runner who does the first RTM berry on the way, but then for the second couple of RTM berries chooses to finish out the chapter first and go back for those later.
Interesting. I don't think I've seen a runner do that before.
Yeah, I have only seen Vapo do it.
A Vapo special. Vapo has a couple berries to go back for, and then Goose got them on the way. Looks like they're finishing kind of just about the same time. And Goose is a little bit ahead of PB here. I really do enjoy when runners have their live split on the screen, so we can see like just firsthand whether they're on like a really good PB pace or not. One of the things that I like about the Strawberry Jam ARB tournament was that, you know, for a member of the Celeste community watching this, it's really like, you know, you're not rooting for a specific player, you don't want players to lose. We really just want everybody to succeed. Then, so no matter who wins this race, either you're getting more experience about ARB, or even if you're getting like, if you're losing on a PB, that is just like a massive win for the whole community.
Definitely, we saw a ton of PBs in the open stage, and I think we've already seen quite a few in the bracket stage here as well.
Absolutely. I've had at least one match where both players in the bracket, both players of the individual match, PB fantastic. Vapo has 3 berries right now, and it's scaring me a little bit.
I
Really
believe
collect them as a
Vapo
whole.
does a little walk there to collect those ones. Hits them out of the way. And we'll collect this last one here. As
Yeah,
will
you-
Goose.
I think that's a smart decision, especially in a race like this. The next couple of rooms aren't too dangerous, and you can just climb right up through that without collecting the berry, but a little risky to do so. Vapo actually having some trouble with this berry, and Goose will take a little bit of a lead here.
I think in a race scenario, the moment you have a berry trailing behind you when you don't want it to be there, can really get in your head.
Absolutely.
Make you more likely to make a mistake.
If you have a berry that you're not expecting, sometimes your mind just goes, okay, I need to collect this berry immediately. I need to do something different, get to safe ground. that little bit of indecisiveness can sometimes be the difference and end up dropping the berry that you really didn't want to.
Yeah, for sure. You need to be able to play with confidence in these races.
That's key, and it can be very difficult too when you know you can't reset and you only have the one opportunity, especially for these runners now who are in the losers bracket. And any one mistake could be what sends them home. It's also why I think it's be very impressive too when you see runners playing with such confidence. Their tournament on the line, really impressive. Runner is moving very nicely through a wake here. Looks like Goose will have a very slight lead. But as far as I'm concerned, this race is already a whole lot of content, and I'm really excited to see how this one turns out.
6:18 for Goof Goose, and I think only a few seconds behind for Vapo with a 6:21.
So far, it's been a very close race, so I think we're doing a really good job of commentating Curse effectively.
Yeah, I don't think we've had any commentators curses yet. I think
It's like the subtle things, though. It's not necessarily
we haven't
like
really needed to. We've been just letting the runners get on with it, and they've been keeping it close themselves.
very true. And Goose got the wall boosts there, which is very cool. Who decided to not go for it, which I think is respectable.
Don't do that, Prof.
We are uncursable.
Goof was going for the wall kick into the demo, the higher demo there. Vapo choosing to go over. Let those blocks fall down.
Personally, I like waiting for the blocks to fall down, but it can be tricky because you have to hold grab on the block long enough for it to actually start falling. To read that movement, you'll just not get the block to fall at all.
Yeah, greeting that movement can be pretty tricky, and honestly, the demo might be slightly easier, or at least easier to optimize. If you pause buffer it, that is.
Overall, I'm seeing Vapo go for a lot more safe and consistent stats. They're still in the
Yeah, I
same
think
room.
that's something we've come to expect from Vapo. Goof Goose going for Yasig, not quite hitting it. Vapo chooses not to go for it, takes the Death Wall.
I think Vapo is a really cool runner to watch because it really shows that how important movement is, and that you don't have to always do the most difficult strats that you see top level runners doing. Look at top level times. This runner's getting the Oshiro cutscene there. I haven't seen any runners do it in a while, but if you miss the cutscene trigger there, you have to go all the way back to the start of Mess Hub. Kind of devastating.
Yeah, that's a rough one to take. Not only does it lose a bunch of time, but it's very tilting as well.
Yeah, especially in a no reset race like this. It's the type of death that every Celeste runner, no matter who you are, you've done it once. And then after that, you get a little bit more careful. At 9:33, and then Vapo will be a seconds behind. That was an aggressive team skip from Vapo, but he does collect the heart, which you love to see.
Yeah, that's a rough one if you miss that heart, but it's actually quicker to go and grab the two-way heart instead if you end up locking yourself out of that one.
If you return to map,
Who's taking a couple deaths here, and Vapo's gonna take the lead.
about that. That one room in particular in books I've seen a lot of runners struggle with over the course of the tournament. For a race as close as this, just a couple small deaths like that is enough for Vapo to take the lead. We're doing like a reverse super in order to set up that aura kick in the next room. Kind of cool. Haven't seen that before. About taking bottom route for the last huge mess berry. They both do. I think a nice benefit of that is that you can safely collect the berry when you're going through that bottom route. I saw a runner earlier today fail that berry through a portion of the elevator shaft and made me scared. Ended up working out in the end.
Yeah, I've dropped that one before. It's not a nice feeling.
It's one of the berries that I wouldn't even know how to like go back and recollect outside of like doing the checkpoint. I don't know if there's a best way of doing it, but I'm very careful to collect.
Yeah, you have to re-enter the checkpoint and just play any percent chests.
These runners are in the same room again. This is a good day for commentating. Having a wonderful time here.
It really is. We've had some very close racing so far. It looked like we were about to get a GSA boost with a slight bonk there, but gets a quicker demo. And we have both our runners
Let's go.
pretty much at the exact same point here. Entering presidential sweep.
Really cool.
Ooh, Maple just getting tagged by Oshiro there.
The end of the room, yeah. I was gonna say, it's cool when you can see something where both runners were basically with each other. Goof going for the more aggressive lower demo in the last room of Shaft, and Vapo opting not to. So it's the lead change is right there. I'm sure there'll be many more very close race. Message in chat that Goof was thrown up by the resync. Oh, and died in the last room of Shaft.
Oh, and another death.
There.
Oh no.
Vapo dies too.
Oh, okay.
Isaac, I think we need to stop talking and just let the runners play this out.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think I believe in them. This is going to be the attempt where they both make it through.
Goose makes it. And Vapo makes it as
11?
well.
Just about
It's still a very close
second.
race.
It's fantastic. I love it. I saw a message in chat that said Goose was thrown off by the resync and messed up the... Reminded me of an alternate universe where in order to resync, like the... Free would go into Twitch chat and be like, hey, could you just like save and quit just like for 3 seconds? Exactly, and then put it back up. Luckily, we don't have to do that. We have the advanced technology to do resyncs without messing up both runners.
Yeah, we have very, very high-tech systems here at Celeste community. Powerful technology.
We do. We have all the AI berry verification.
We even have text that says resyncing when we resync.
That required several research grants in order to get that approved.
It did.
Vapo has taken a little bit of a lead here. I think Goose took a death room before Archie room. It was a small death, but race is that close.
At this stage of the tournament, all the deaths matter.
The last
These
berry
races
room,
are extremely close now.
the strat choice there, Vapo opted to go over the top and the wind pull him back. The slip and slide?
You'd love to see the slip and slide.
I think either
Are we
these
gonna
runners
get
will
a
opt
spaghetti
for.
sauce?
I was just gonna ask. I'm always thinking about the spaghetti
We gotta-
sauce.
Oh, there it is from Goose.
Did Goose get the slip and slide
Got the
into the spaghetti
ultra.
sauce?
The ultra version.
Extra spaghetti
Vapo going
sauce
for the
confirmed.
hyper. That was the spaghetti sauce from Goose.
Direct there was able to go back to the platform and back it up.
And
Cool
Goose,
to see.
with that spaghetti sauce buff, has taken the lead of the race here. That's an interesting setup there from Goose for the exit to that auto-scroller room. I haven't seen that one before.
It was quite interesting. I think most runners are going for that quote-unquote cycle. Will do what Vapo does and the corner kick off the top.
Yeah. Oh, Vapo's struggling a little bit with the fast heart.
Supering off the wrong platform. That clueless.
Oh, that's the right platform.
Okay.
Okay, chooses to take the block after quite a few fails. That's unfortunate. It's going to be a lot of lost time. Chooses to not waste any more. Take the safe option.
I think that's a smart decision. Race like this.
Yeah, definitely a smart decision. Now Vapo can forget about that. Keep going.
First try C-pop is right back in it. Speedrunning is such like a difficult activity because like tricks like that, they're completely in your muscle memory, and then sometimes will just completely break. You have no idea when it's going to happen.
Yeah, fast heart is a prime example of that. Sometimes it just doesn't want to work.
Yeah.
Oh, we're gonna see a second blockless from Goose. It's gonna be unpaused. And
Sure
gets it
are.
first try. Gaming from Goose.
Absolutely, and able to take a little bit of a lead off Vapo struggles with the blue heart there. Just like immediately pulls out unpause second blockless first try, open up the lead a little bit further.
We're gonna see Vapo going for a half paused. Gets it first try as well. Goof is taking a few deaths in this first cliff face berry room here.
Yeah, that's a very tricky strat, and I believe Vapo does a pixel lineup for that. Set up the corner boost a little bit better. And actually, I learned it from watching him because I've struggled a lot with that strat before, just trying to YOLO it.
Yeah, it's quite hard to get the good speed on the corner boost, but I assume that setup allows you to just buffer the jump and the corner boost.
And I think Vapo actually was able to just hit the pixel first try when he climbed on the wall there. So Goof definitely has a significant lead here, but I think Vapo is pulling some time back.
Goes with a fantastic ridge. Losing a little bit of time on that PB in cliff face, but overall gonna be saving a lot over with PB and ridge here. And we are green. Haze pals rejoice.
And pinging the server. Goose is on PB pace, entering temple. Really, it's guaranteed.
Vapo gonna finish out Ridge an 1852. Gonna be 23 seconds behind here. Definitely recoverable.
Yeah, it's definitely a lot, and really does look like Goose is being very confidently. Go for unpaused blockless in a race like this, and to get a first try has to feel good. Sometimes that confidence can just build over time.
Yeah, and it's great content too. We love to see the hard strats
Absolutely.
being hit first try. Both runners opting to not go for the new RTM route.
You love to see it, or at least I love to see it. There's some
You
intention
love to
going
see
around.
some valid 5A ILs.
To get off on too much of a tangent, but I've never been too much important in the verification of ILs, and I'm a big fan of save and quit strats in like side cassette rooms, for example. But, you know, we don't have to fight too much. I'll just throw that out there myself. Get back to commentating the match.
I'm not
That
really
take might have
a
been,
save and quitter, but
Take might have been a little bit too hot. Maybe cancel myself.
I don't know if we can commentate together again after that one.
We can at least finish this match amicably, and then, you know, after this, you know, after this, I'll understand.
We can perform a couple more commentators' curses, and then we might have to call it.
Understandable.
I know. I do the new RTM route in 5A start. But I do prefer my runs to flow a bit more without quitting out.
Feel that. One thing that I saw Vapo do recently that I kind of like is that doing the last start berry route, actually go and grab the wall on the way down. They're trying to line up the fast fall just for a little bit of extra safety.
We have a DCB route from Goof Goose here.
I think that first try second block list, Goof is just feeling himself here. Let's go for all the hard stuff.
It's just loving life right now.
I respect it.
Are we going to see DCB? Oh, not quite. That's going to be a bit of time loss there. So Vapo having a chance to catch up, since the DCB route will only save time if you hit the strat. Unfortunately for Goof Goose.
Fortunately for us, we got to watch the attempt.
True.
Provide some nice content. Movement from a Goof Goose here. It'll be a very tough checkpoint just to flow as smoothly as possible. Emily posting in chat that you have to imagine spaghetti sauce. We've just
We don't
made
have to
everybody think
imagine it
about
because we did just see one from Goof Goose in this race.
My mind is completely on a tangent right now. I'm thinking about whether you can make spaghetti sauce with strawberries. I think I need to focus a little bit. The first race we commentated together, I'm like, okay, well, we got to talk about all the different runners, all the strats they're performing. Second race, I'm just like, you know what? Can you make spaghetti sauce with strawberries?
So we have Goof Goose in the secret room now.
I promise I'll pay attention to the ring. My culinary adventures later.
And if
We'll
we
box
are
and Goof.
following the Goof Goose live split here, another 5 seconds saved. The pace pals are really eating well today.
They're eating possible PB as well as spaghetti sauce.
True.
The PB paste covered in spaghetti sauce. Really what you want to see. Lead of a few rooms here. I think 20 seconds is probably just about stayed the same. This early mirrored. Vapor with the early cutscene skip had to do the start of that room.
Who's getting the Seeker Manip for the first berry very cleanly.
To get the Seeker bonked into that coin with a horizontal dash to set it up, which I haven't seen before.
Goose. I'm gonna take a bit of an improv route through the final unraveling room, but survives. That's the most important thing.
That can be a very tilting room if you like take a late death to figure out something else to do.
Apo gets the first coin with the Seeker there. Oh, Goop Goose with a crouch spam there. Interesting RNG manip strat. Waiting for that Seeker.
Able to get the demo second try. I feel like the setup on death for that demo is a bit comfier for me. I get it second try most often.
Yeah, it's quite difficult to do it on entry. Vapo chooses to not go for the demo, goes over. I think we are seeing Vapo having a slightly safer approach compared to Goof Goose in this race, but the race is still very close.
Absolutely. It's been very cool to see just a lot of different strat options in this race. Kind of what I look for when I'm looking for like a new checkpoint to learn from new strats to pick up. Like I definitely want a couple different options for something like that.
Yeah, and if you're looking for high level, safer options, then Vapo is always a good runner to look at. I mean, I wasn't paying attention to the splits on Goof Goose's side, but minus 28 out of Unraveling here.
That's kind of huge.
Looks like he's going to be losing some of that going into Rescue, though.
The typical Isaac commentating curse split. You hate to see. Kind of funny, like,
Okay,
oh, you
good.
plus 28.
The Seeker hit that coin. It's okay, we're still minus 15. Pace pals don't go anywhere yet. But more importantly, Vapo caught up a bit during that search. And is now right on the tail of Goof Goose here, only about a room and a half behind. Goose choosing to wait for that Seeker to get up to that berry. I think Vapo will do the same. Ooh,
not
Vapo
quite
just missing that.
To get some nice speed off that, but not to continue it into the next room.
Ooh, a death from Goose though.
A bit of trouble in the eyeball room. Vapo is flying through it. And Vapo takes the lead off of that. And Isaac, can you see the time on Goof Goose? That is a
27-2. 20. That's a frame.
Is a frame. I'm really
And
hoping the
I
last
believe Vapo
millisecond is a
exited
7.
with a 27-28, so we're now so close.
I think if Vapo has a 27-28, it might be a tiny bit still behind. I mean, once again, excellent job by us of keeping this race as close as possible.
We're really doing a great job today.
I think so.
So we have a resync. And look at that. The runners are neck and neck as Goof Goose takes one slight time loss and lake skip and hands the lead over to Vapo. That's how close this race is.
Love it.
While it hasn't quite been as close as the previous match all the way through, all that really matters is the time at the end.
Time at the end and the friends you made along the way, I believe. Vapo gets
True,
smushed
the
by
friends you made
Kevin.
along the way are important.
Vapo was not friends with that Kevin block. He just got smushed by it.
That is a bizarre death there for Vapo, but oh, not quite reaching that block. Handing the lead back to Goose.
Just like, I think 1 frame away, or 1 or 2 frames from falling through the pink block as well and having to redo the room again. It'd be a very tilting room to die in a couple times. It's like you start thinking about going into 6B, so worried about, like, performing to your best in 6B, forget about the cassette room and can bunch of time there. Good things in start so far from these players. I think Vapo's taking a couple extra diagonal dashes just to make sure things are properly set up, be as safe as possible. Goose is just entering the falling section, which can also be a checkpoint where there's a lot of strat variation depending on how many diagonal dashes you want to do and how really adventurous you want to get with it.
I love seeing the differences in strats in the falling section. There are so many options, and you can really show whether you're a safe player or an aggressive player here just by how much you hold the down key.
That can really add up to a lot of time save over the course of the checkpoint. Just that more and more likely that you'll end up dying by the end of it. In some of these rooms, especially like the last room of falling, be a lot of time loss if you get towards the end of it. Little section at the end where you have to do the 2 horizontal left dashes. Yeah, can be stressful. Goof getting the unpaused demo to see it.
Vapo. Ooh. Taking a death to the demo, gets a second try.
Love that demo. It's so, like, satisfying when you hit it. It's kind of interesting that even, like, players who we perceive as being more players like Vapo will still go for it unpaused just because of how based it is. With the skip.
Vapo dashing a little late there. Collecting the dash crystal that is needed for the feather skip.
This checkpoint too, there's a lot of strat variation you can do. The wall bounce at the very end of this room that Vapo's in. Save a little time, but very aggressive.
Yeah, it's a scary room because it's a long death if you die right at the end there. Oh, Vapo's struggling a bit in this last room of rock bottom.
Absolutely.
Goose
it's a room that,
flying through reprieve.
Yeah. Saw Goof, he didn't go for multi-boost, but he did like the 3 neutral setup on the Kevin block to time when the dash crystal is going to come back. Do appreciate. Kind of hard sometimes when you're just waiting for the crystal to respawn.
Yeah. think a lot of the players use the other crystal respawning to judge that. Oh, Goose taking a death of a laser there. Gonna give Vapor a chance to close the gap. Vapor taking a small death at the start of this room though. The runners are only one room apart at the moment, but it is a pretty long room here. It's a Goof Goose. Oh, taking a death in the heart room though.
Went for the technically corner boost off the block. Didn't quite have the timing to get it, was able to get the demo to go for the red block, missing the spikes. A little bit ahead of PB pace here, but
Vapor can get through here cleanly. The gap is going to be closing to around 12 seconds here.
this is anybody's race at this point. So, the GSA on the real time, which is cool. Just still have a bit of a lead, but
Oh, we're rethinking
Yo.
both players at the same
double
time.
rethink. I think that should be the new meta for like close races at the very end, right before the heart collect. Just resync both players. You just have to wait.
Might be waiting for quite a long time. But there we go. We see the gap. Since the resync.
Goof Goose is falling a little bit off PB pace here with that 6B. He can still pull it back, and even being this close to PB, huge accomplishment. Back up in that room. I think I was looking to get a neutral off the traffic block and just missed one, but was able to still dash in out of the room with the berry. Goof Goose is getting into the end of 500 meters. These last few rooms can be very tricky. There's a lot of different strat variations that you can do. Get a little safer by going for the up dash to the last spring instead of trying to wrap around to it. Maybe a misdirect there. Could be a big for Vapo to come back here. I think Goose tried to dash over that traffic block and ended up getting pushed back down by it. And this is absolutely the type of race where if I was either one of these players, I would not want to know where my opponent was. Knowing that it was this close is... It's great for me as a commentator, having a great time watching this race, but I think it would just make me more stressed out as a player.
Yeah, if you know that your opponent is right there, it can lead you to making some mistakes. You might try to play overly safe. Or the opposite, you might want to play more aggressive and try to build a lead, but
I think either
it's
way,
best to
playing...
just get on with it.
Yeah, I think the important thing is to just keep going with what you've practiced in the past before and what you're most comfortable with.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's like that's what both of these players are doing too. I have a couple issues, and I think in 6B, both look like they're playing very confidently. We're taking a small death in that room there, so Goof Goose will take a little bit more of a lead, but just about in the same room every time we look at both of them. This is like a really good race again, and 37 minutes in the in-game time. We have over 10 minutes of a Celeste still left to go. Definitely go either way, and certainly both players will not play perfectly the rest of this race. Will definitely, I think, still be something to look forward to. Goofy's getting a very fast, a first frame pause on that drop there.
Maybe time to just stop pausing it. If you can get the
Could be
first
right.
frame. Ooh.
Okay, get out of the room.
Alright, we're safe.
The misdirector for what, but we just
That was quite a
overthought.
bit of time loss, and look who's arrived.
Is Vapo.
It's Vapo 41.
Goofus took a couple deaths in the Ultra room, but able to get the most rat in that berry room. Pretty cool. I think Vapo just took a death as well, so we're... Who's back? Both runners again.
You love to see it.
Remember, if I saw correctly, I think Vapo does the death warp at the winged berry. Who's just did the fast fall down there.
Yeah.
They're interesting strat difference between the two runners. Interesting too for a strat like that where you can just death warp and opt to take a very consistent time. You have to really practice. You can learn the good movement in order to get down there faster and consistent time, but so much of the run to learn. Sometimes I think it's respectable to just take the same consistent option.
Yeah, it's I guess similar to the 2500 meter key, whether you choose to go for the key cycle or retry.
Say in the block room. Weird. Let's go. This runner's opting for a fairly safe strat there, but both executing on it nicely. Which will keep the race very close.
Both getting the winged berry. Vapo taking the block though. Just gonna save some time there.
Don't think I've seen too many players in the tournament take the block, but it's definitely the strats where if you're not super confident that you can get first try, just be the better option to if consistent time loss rather than risking it on something that you can end up death looping to. To hold my breath in each of these long rooms. Any mistake, lead
That
can
was
swing
close from
wildly.
Goose there.
Just saw that the last race we commentated to, where I think Wonder died at the end of that 2500 or the 2K room.
Yeah.
Brought the race right back together. So taking the block up for the first area, and then taking the top route, which I kind of like. Goose opting to not death warp at the key and gets the two down left dashes, and then let the jump up to the berry very nicely.
We had synced wall bounces for a second there. Vapo on the right side going for the key. Goose on the left going for the berry.
Goose got
Vapo
the
in the end chooses to take the bubble at the bottom.
yeah, which I think is a respectable choice in a race like this, especially if you're not super confident in the backup. That does mean that like Goose is taking relatively more aggressive strats. So really him to up at some point. He continues to execute on all these really hard strats. Remembering back to the second block list on pause, that was the first try. It'd be really hard to catch up. Goose is touching down at about 42, I think 42. Be about a second or so lead. 10 or 11 seconds. Definitely not insurmountable, especially with the all of 3K ahead of us and then all of core.
Still could be either runner's race here.
Absolutely. And thinking back to some of the different strat choices that we're seeing from these runners, I believe Goose goes for the flagged 4 demo, and I think that Vapo does. That could be a interesting point if Goose is able to get it first try and Vapo opts to the safer option. Goose dies with the flag 18 berry on the way back without collecting it. We'll collect it now, but that gave Vapo a good opportunity to catch back up a little bit.
Gap looking to be about 5 seconds now.
This is such a good day for Celeste races. I'm so happy to be a part of it.
This is another really close race here. 2 back-to-back absolute bangers.
Absolutely. It's so exciting too because this is only, I think, second weekend of the bracket stage. Still have so much more All Red Berries to play, and the tournament goes further and further. I think the races will get closer and closer as some of the top level racers to face off. The tournament is so fun and exciting right now, and it's just gonna getting even better. I think the lead might be under 5 seconds at this point. You're close to it.
We'll see what the Flag 4 demo has to say about that. As Goofy's taking a death. And I think Vapo's going to go around, so Goose, I think, still just about in the lead.
I think it's a really interesting aspect of watching these two runners specifically race each other, that something like that is a very example of that, where Goose tries a more aggressive strat, gets a second try, so opts to do something a little safer, gets it first try, and times to fly. And a interesting difference between the two runners is Goose finishes Summit in the 45-33.
Vapo with a 45-42, I think that was.
So a 9-second lead, that flag 1 death could come back to hurt Vapo if that ends up being less than the...
It really could.
Could be huge. Goose is going to jump right into core as fast as possible, which I love to see. Like if you're on a good pace or just in a tournament race like this, sometimes it's best to just game as fast as possible. Goose is about 7.2 seconds behind PB out of start, so this is still possibly PB pace for him. Goose will be getting into Ice Skip, which will be the decider of this race. You're close to the fire orb there, but he's able to get it first try. But didn't get a lot of speed there and actually hit one of the fire orbs, which might be the difference.
It's not doing the fire skip.
I think it's a respectable choice. From my perspective as someone who, at the very top level of ARB, seen so many top level players like that second try and runs that I'm scared of like learning it.
It's a very tough strat, yeah. Vapor also chose to not go for it, got the core hyper strat instead. Still a very cool strat.
Goose, I believed, for the core hyper, didn't get the full boost of speed, but was able to get through the room first try. So could be catching up here a little bit. People in chat wondering what the tiebreaker rules are if it comes down to it. This race has been so close. Bo, why are you trailing this berry? Incredibly based.
Okay.
And heart just like stop, stop carrying that berry.
We're in the same room again though, as I believe Goose took a death in this room somewhere. It is very close once again.
If I'm remembering correctly, Vapo's match against Jimmy earlier on was exactly like this, where it came down to a core race. I think Vapo was just a content machine.
For sure. Vapor unfortunately lost out to Jimmy by half a second. And is slightly behind here.
Would be another half-second loss for Vapo. Half-second win even. I mean,
Vapor was also coming from behind in that race. Jimmy lost quite a bit of time to the cassette room. Goose will be hoping that they do not do the same.
Goose with a very slight lead here. Definitely it's his race to lose, but the cassette room always need a lot of pause. A lot of runners get that like second or third try just today. One Goof takes death there. Still have the lead by a little bit, but it's getting closer.
Less than a room apart. It's been a very close race all the way through. It's gonna come down to the last two rooms. Goop is going for a fairly safe strat here. Is gonna have to take it slightly slow, but gets it, and Vapo takes a death. That
Beside
could
it.
seal it.
I think Goose jumped a little bit too high on that block, but was able to recover.
Another death for Vapo.
I think that could be it.
And that is gonna be it. Goof is gonna get very close to a sub 50 here. 50.
Very nice ultra at the end.
Very
GG.
clean. And Vapo finishing out here. Another really close race. Gets the ultras.
Also, yeah.
50-19. GG's to both runners.
GG. This was a fantastic day of Celeste races. I'm so happy to be here.
It really has.
Both the races that we commentated have just been non-stop content. Yeah, a great day for
That
Celeste.
is going to be the last race for today. But here's the bracket. Goose will be moving on to face Enon in that lower bracket round 3. We will be back tomorrow for more races.
I've heard that the Tio Bertle race will be tomorrow if I'm not speaking speaking incorrectly.
Yes, I believe tomorrow we will have those upper bracket matches.
For bracket, 1 versus 4 seed, 2 versus 3 seed. We'll definitely be watching those matches. I'm very excited for them.
But we also have the lower bracket matches tomorrow.
At 4 arb races.
All of the matches are tomorrow. So we will have Gooms versus Luca, Tio versus Virtle, Wanda versus Quan, and Enna versus Goofus all tomorrow.
I would not
Live
want to miss any
on
of those
Celeste
matches.
Community.
Good
They're
day
all
for
going to
arb
be
tomorrow.
absolute bangers.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that is going to be it. GG's to all the runners today.
GG's was I had such a fun time watching all the runners today. Thank you to everybody. You to chat as well. Looks like we'll be rating out. Great for me to be here. Isaac, thanks for commentating with me. I had a lovely time.
Yeah, it was a good time. We mastered the commentator's curse today, I think.
I think we did. We had a good showing.